night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
This is Houston Control. Checking for backup. Backup initiated. Locking out all ports. Clear. And we are good to go.
Things are nominal. Good evening, everyone. Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind coming to you from high above your imagination in the International Fake Station, where we're in your imagination in the fake station. You have to do a lot of mental masturbation just to believe that this shit isn't real. Because as you can tell, I have the exact same anomalies in gravity pockets that we see with NASA every day of the week. So how's everyone doing out there tonight? Let me see what we've got here in the chat. I'll be putting a link up in the comments, or in the chat rather, and pinning it for anyone that would like to ask questions or whatever. Just speak about any of this. We've got, definitely have to leave an open spot for our good friend Sean Hawkins. I'm not sure if he's in the chat here. We're gonna take a look and see who is all in our chat this evening. Well, not a whole lot of people yet, but hopefully Sean will show up. This is an open invitation to him because recently he seems to have quite a bit to say in regards to what we discuss here on the show. And one of the things I find interesting is that he keeps enticing your mind by not offering any real refutations of what is said. It's he wants to keep you guessing, I guess, maybe for future content or something, but I've given an open invitation for him to come on up here tonight on the panel and discuss what he thinks we have said wrong, or how maybe the flat earth has hurt him somehow, or what have you. I don't know what it is. It seems like he made the mistake of going after Burn the Corporate Fiction in his comments, and part of it was if you have watched the show where Ryan has described the Revolutionary War as America's first civil war, as it was actually depicted at the time. And old Sean thought that was funnier than hell until Ryan showed him a copy of the Boston Globe from that era that says that that's exactly what it was. What a civil war is basically when people in their own country, two factions, fight against each other. You know, you have to remember, we were subjects of Britain, right? So we were all it wasn't everybody that was down for not being part of the nation. So yes, it was a civil war. So I'm just hoping that his whole thing is his whole gig just to be a contrary shit, or what is up with the guy? I don't know. But anyway, let's see who all I got in here. I got B. Maximus, Charles B., CJ Mobley, Dreamy Lynn, Escape the Chains, Freedom by Truth, M. Cax, Mojo Shop, and M. Cax. I got your emails. It's a lot to sort through. I just sat down tonight and started looking, and there's a lot of stuff in there, man. Username redacted, Roseanne Mothman, the Massman prophecies, connection, maybe. No, we don't know. But we did take a trip. I have to tell you, we did get Don Pettit out of here. Thank God. This guy could never remember to flush our space toilet, and we had a hell of a time up here. What a mess. Luckily, William Shatner came up and took him back down to Earth. I think he's going to be placated. Bill showed up with a couple of green hookers from Uranus. I got this shirt. As you can see, it says, "I love Uranus." And they brought that to me from their home planet. So, hey, there's Jack Talcott. He showed up here tonight. That's cool. Emilios, man. We're getting some people falling in here. I want to thank everybody. I just reached 600 subscribers on this channel, which is great, because although I had like over twice that on my original channel, what I've done is kind of like weed out the ones that were only coming for the chili crap. I got so tired of doing that. It was like, ow, my balls. And, in the Idiocracy movie, it was just like, okay, enough is enough is enough is enough. Okay. Yeah, how many times can you watch the same rerun? So I've actually managed to retain an audience of people that have an open mind, a thinking mind, and enjoy the kind of content that we produce here. So that's kind of cool. So let's see. Oh my God, I got the username redacted, the realist McCoy. Mojo Shops has shown up. Jack Talcott, of course, he's here. Good to see you again, Jack. Let's see if I missed anybody. Art Akudo, you're late. I'm gonna mark it on your permanent record. That's gonna. I'm hoping to meet up. We're going to Flattoberfest in October. We're gonna be staying rather near, but not real close to where Art is, and I want to meet up with that dude. He and I am going to have to meet up. That's really cool. I've known Art for a while now, but mostly just online and through text messages. And I think he's a really cool dude, man. So shout out to my pal. PayPal Me is in here too. Pamela's Mystical Musings. Good to see you again, dear. Sorry about the memory lapses, but once I clicked everything together, I was like, oh, okay, I know exactly who I'm talking to. It's almost 3 a.m. here, so I'm going to lurk while I listen in bed. Sounds good, Benny boy? Sounds good. So anyway, as I said, I am going to put the link in the chat, just like this. And then I'm going to pin it to the top. So anybody feel free, and especially as I've said before, if my good friend, Sean Hawkins, who seems to be a very, very angry man. Well, let me just kind of show you what I'm talking about. Let me see here. Do I still have him? Yes. Okay. I'm going to put that over here so I can actually monitor the screen a little bit. And I'll bring it up to where he starts this. All right. Here we go. Let me just give you an idea as to this is the content we're dealing with. Anybody that's not familiar with Sean, and what we'll do is we'll play it at a little bit of a fast speed. You're really not going to miss a whole lot, trust me. So I've got it at 175, and we'll just take a look here real quick. It's a 45-minute thing, but really we don't have to watch a whole bunch of it.
Actually, let's start here.
Mystic ancient secrets can all be answered when you ask the mystic access guru. That is I, the great exalted one.
Right.
Oh, look,
Got
he's
them muted.
hang on, he's watching my. Okay, here's where he likes it. He must. I think he likes my intro.
Yeah, I got them muted. So
Listen.
yeah, they got their memes. Flat earthers got to have their memes, don't they? Look, it's a meme.
Did you notice that none of those right there, what he was just looking at, had anything to do with flat Earth at all?
Memes prove everything. Just fucking weak-minded,
There you
mentally
go.
inferior pieces of shit they are. All right, unmute him.
High above 250 miles above you in your imagination from the International Fake Station. As you can see, we're engaged in all kinds of science up here. You can tell by all these cables and the fact that I'm
Who's that good-looking fellow? Huh?
like floating around. See, when I put my hands like this, how I float. You see that?
Yeah, see, this is what an ignorant piece of shit does. It's basically the same level as smacking the books out of a smart kid's hand on the playground, mocking
Hold on.
people for intelligence. That's what he's doing. He's mocking intelligence.
I'm mocking intelligence? No, I'm not. I'm mocking the retards that think that when they see those fucking people in a space station, that shit is real. That's who I'm not mocking. That's who I'm mocking, Sean. I'm mocking you.
And I can push myself back
He's mocking accomplishment. He's mocking people who have done things with their lives.
against.
Done what with their lives, Sean? Lied about being up in fucking space and shit? Are you for real, bro? Come on, bro.
Over here like this. You see? It's so much beyond what you can comprehend. And, you know,
But I mean, look, he's a QAnon piece of shit. He's a fucking conspiracy theorist. He's a flat earther, and he's a fucking sovereign citizen. I mean,
Okay. Two things he's missed there. Okay. He said that I'm a sovereign citizen. No. And I'm not a QAnon person either at all. See, this is the problem. You have people like this. You see, notice the low brow on this guy. Notice the low brow frontal lobe that it's very, very ape-like, very, very primate-ish. And so what you'll notice is that he thinks that all of that shit is real. He doesn't really know one way or the other. It's just what he's been indoctrinated with. And so just like a primate, they become upset when their perceived reality has changed. But we'll listen. And I'm not a sovereign citizen. There's no such thing as a sovereign citizen, as we've discussed ad nauseum. Hello, OTW News. Good to see you. Lord, it's probing time 666. Good to see you as well. This is what you find out with this guy, this character, right? He's automatically made erroneous assumptions about everything. See, he thinks I'm into QAnon. I knew that was a psyop from the fucking day one that I saw it. The sovereign citizen thing, no, not at all true at all. Flat earther, well, of course, somebody comes to you with a ridiculous claim that you're on a spinning ball. Who the fuck is going to listen to that? Maybe you, probably. Yeah, Sean.
I mean, that is societally the lowest rung on anyone's ladder. I mean, that's just fucking hot mess.
so if you don't
Pretty pathetic.
believe that I'm actually in the International Fake Station, 250 miles above you in your imagination, then you're a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist, and you probably don't like puppies. So I'd throw a little communism in there as well. That's the way I'd look at it. Probably some kind of liberals.
Yeah.
So let's see who we all got in the
Like, all he has is just keywords, just key phrases. That's all he's got. That's all he's got. It's all his tiny little mind can fucking comprehend.
chat here tonight with us. Let me take a look over here real quick. Over here on the YouTube side, we're getting there. In the chat, I've got Austin Murphy, Bad Dog, MCAX, Barber the Nail Pusher, welcome. ZXL Master. Oh, I got Brian Staley's in here. Sam's Memetics. It's a hard word to say for me. I don't understand why. But we got them. They're piling in here. Over here in the Rumble side, who do we got?
I'm thanking him for the gravy.
In the chat. Got Brian Staley's over there too. His mind. So there's that there. But this whole thing that we live in. Saw the thumbnail. It's all what you think is real is a production, and what is not a production is the fact that it's not a production. Oh, look who's with us, Sean Hawkins. Sean Hawkins was telling me, or at least he stated in his video the other day, that the way that they could tell the distance of the sun was with radar.
Mhm.
Now, of course, as everyone knows, radar is radio frequency, which of course is nothing more than light beyond a visible spectrum. So
Electromagnetic radiation. But yeah.
it's the same properties as light, travels at the same speed, blah, blah.
Hold on. Did he just say that it was electromagnetic radio? What? It's light. That's why it travels at the speed of light, you fool. It's just light beyond a visible spectrum. That's what are you talking about?
Blah, blah. So he thinks that you could shoot that radar beam 93 million miles, 8.5 light minutes, and it's
Yeah, exactly.
going to bounce and come back,
Uh-huh.
which is a total of 17 minutes,
Mhm.
which means the Earth traveling at 66,600 miles per hour around in an orbit would be 18,870 miles out of position from where it sent the signal. So
Why? Because you suck.
Here's why, Sean. Because the Earth is orbiting the fucking sun. That's why. At a rate in your model, according to your globe priests, at a rate of 66,600 miles an hour. Okay. Some even round it to 67,000 miles an hour. Doesn't make it any better. But in either case, at that rate, as you're going, you shoot, it's going to come back to right where you're at. That's how radar works, fool. Okay. It comes back to where you were at. And it gives you what you're seeing ahead. Okay. So if the Earth has moved an entire 18, almost 19,000 miles from its original position, okay, the signal is going to bounce back to a place where you are no longer at. It's real simple. I don't understand. But this dumb shit conflates it with rotation of the Earth. I'm talking about the orbit around the sun, you baboon.
Suck at math. Let's see, it's 15 light minutes. So, but light minutes is deceptive. What is the position of the sun relative to us within that time span? So 15 minutes? Let's see. Echo, what is the distance to the sun in minutes? Yep. So 8 light minutes.
8.5 light minutes.
So the Earth rotates, the sun moves across our sky because of our rotating 15 degrees per hour. Now
That's the rotation, stupid ass. Nobody even the rotation doesn't matter. Whether it rotated or stayed still, it doesn't matter. It's still almost 19,000 miles away from the position of where it sent the signal from. What do you think? It's just going to keep following the Earth or some shit? You're retarded.
it's 8 minutes or 9 minutes, whatever Echo just said. So that would be 8 or 15 divided by 8. You have to be about 7 degrees. So it's 7 degrees. It moves across the sky.
Doesn't matter,
so
Sean.
That's not very much.
No, it's going to be orbiting the target at 18,000. It's going to be 18,780 miles away from its original position. The radar beam would never come back to you. You don't even know your own fucking model, Sean.
Bounce back to. So he had to scratch his head on that for a little bit. And
I mean, this guy probably thinks that a microwave signal or a radar signal is like a laser beam or just this focused beam that goes out.
No, Sean, it works a lot like a flashlight beam does. It spreads out and it dissipates and weakens, just like any other source of light, just like any other light does. This is why your high beams see further than your low beams do, because there's more power put into the bulb. It's a higher powered bulb, so the light travels further. You would need an incredible transmitter to send a signal that far. Sorry, it's not going to work.
And it can't hit anything. No, man, it's a broad spread. It's a big fucking spread. And it was a timed signal. they had a certain pattern to the signal that they put out, and they knew they got the signal back.
What happens to something when it spreads out? What happens to light when it spreads out? What happens to radio waves when it spreads out? It becomes weaker, weaker, fainter, fainter, until it is no more. This preposterous idea that radio waves and light travel infinitum through a vacuum, not only has it never been proven, there's nothing to substantiate it. Nothing whatsoever, other than the fantastical imaginations of, I don't know who. Wow, crazy.
Because it's the same pattern, dipshit. You should probably do a little research on your own, you know, not look on fucking flat earth websites. It'd make you, well, a little less uneducated, and it would prevent you from embarrassing yourself in public.
Oh, well,
Hey,
what
Mr.
about the
Malart.
degree of
Wait a second, Sean, as I've just shown, again, you embarrass yourself in public. You embarrass yourself. You're your own embarrassment, okay? So that's easily seen, okay? Even up to and including your remarks about the revolution not being considered America's first civil war. You are retarded. You probably think that civil war means that one side wears blue and one side wears gray. Yeah, that happened in one civil war, but there have been civil wars in other nations, and by definition, when two factions of the same people fight each other in a war, that is called a civil war. So once again, you are retarded.
How you doing, Mr. Malort?
The spread. Well, first off, let's get the idea. You're not going to send a radar signal 93 million miles.
Why? What's stopping it?
I already
What's
went
stopping
over
it, dude?
that.
Could you explain that?
Just how fucking big is your transmitter? Really?
Pretty fucking big, dude.
There you go. Best scientific answer I've heard yet. Pretty fucking big, dude. Good job, Sean.
Have you looked it up? I mean, this was brought up days ago. Have you actually researched it to find out the shit yet? No?
Obviously,
Why?
or I wouldn't be discussing.
And if what you're
it,
claiming is that it
baboon.
spreads as it comes back, by the time it came back, if it came back, it would be so weak that you wouldn't even be able to detect it. But let's look at the obvious fact.
And your reason for saying that is what? What facts do you have to back up what you're saying? My dad used fucking radar in his job. And I tell you, it goes.
When a ship does a ship's radar have a range to it, Sean? Like, is there a point that they can send out radar and not be able to detect anything? Yes, of course there is. And will a stronger radar allow you to get further targets? Absolutely. So we know that you have to increase the power to get the distance. In order to get a strong enough signal back from the reflection, you have to have a strong enough signal to do that with. Okay. So we're talking about 93 million miles. That's 8.5 light minutes, Sean. Light is not, you don't have any proof that light and radio waves travel infinitum through the fucking vacuum or whatever else. That's just the most, that's made up shit. That is made up shit.
Goes a long way. And those fucking radar dishes are pretty fucking big, man. Pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Like, if you had a portable
Not
radar
93
system, it would take a
million
fucking
miles
truck to haul around the
powerful.
power supply. That's how big they are.
As we discussed, radar signals, radio signals are nothing more than light beyond a visible spectrum. They travel at the same speed as light. How do you reflect
You know, light travels a long way too. Light travels millions of light years.
No, it
light
doesn't.
off of a light?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, you mean how do you bounce an electromagnetic signal?
The inverse square law of light will prove to you that light will not travel infinitum. Otherwise, it wouldn't be. Otherwise, there would be no inverse square law of light. And all of space, because of all these millions of fucking so-called suns everywhere, would have the entire so-called universe lit up. Lord over here said, Lord is probing time 666, said that enjoy your tiny terrarium. Now, this is what's funny. You do live in an amazing one word. You do. One word. And you are the center of it, Lord. You know, that's what you're not understanding. You don't think, you don't even stop to think what universe even means. You associate it with the imagery that you've been given. Every time somebody says the word universe, they show you a bunch of fucking stars, okay, or galaxies and shit like that, right? That's what they show you. But that's not what it means. Work it out. What's a unicycle? What's a unicycle? All right, one wheel, verse. What's a verse? Verse is a word or a phrase, one word. Boom, there it is. Good to see you. So Sean says to suck a dick. Well, why is Sean such a coward that he can't come here and tell that to me himself? Because he knows that I will destroy him intellectually. That's why. Okay. He's nothing more than a baboon. He knows that I will make him look even more stupid than he does himself, you know? So, oh no, he hasn't shown yet. No, I had somebody just asking me if Sean would show. I know we got a pool running on that one, on whether or not he's going to actually show up. So, age. I know who this is. What's up, bro?
Hey.
Go ahead and say something so I can hear your audio.
Wait a minute, I got double audio.
All right, yeah, get that fixed up.
That's okay. And now we can hear each other.
Username redacted. I know for a fact he'll never. I know he'll never debate me because he knows I'll destroy him. I mean, I'm already destroying him just in his own fucking video.
And
how
the
big
biggest
of a transmitter do they have to reach 93 million miles? And his answer is, "Oh, pretty damn big. My dad worked in the radar, and he had a big one." Okay, good job, man.
I have my microwave at home. That's a radar.
Yep.
It's the same system.
But the thing is at any distance you're going to get from any light source, whether it be radio or visible light, is going to be solely dependent on the amount of energy put into it. Okay? So even just using the inverse square law of light, you have to imagine how fucking bright would one of these so-called suns be when they're at so many freaking light years away, right? All right, so even just think about this, like even with the sun here with Sean, which he just verified. Okay, he rounded it down to 8. It's approximately 8.5 light minutes away at 93 million miles. All right, that's assuming that light. There again, assuming that light is a constant speed, which it's not, because it's a consensus that was agreed upon by physicists at a physics convention in Bern, Switzerland, I believe in 1929. Might have been a little earlier.
And it changed 5 times.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll just say 8.5 light minutes. All right.
Yeah.
Now that thing is 836,000 miles in diameter, they tell us. All right. But it's about the size of a coin at arm's length. Like if you held a coin out, you can cover the sun with it. So we'll just
if you take your leading eye, you put your thumb in front of it, and
it's not very. That's pretty small, just at 8.5 light minutes, considering that it's almost 1 million miles in diameter, right?
Yeah, and if I may
0.8 million miles in diameter.
If I may remind you, the AU standard, gold standard, the first element.
Yes.
It's a astronomical unit, AU. Okay, boys.
That's what the whole, we'll get into that later about the whole allegory of the St. Christopher, where gold is the symbol of the sun, also of Christ in alchemy. And there's a whole thing between the relationship of mercury, a current, and gold. But that's a whole nother story. So anyway, this thing looks, you can cover it with your thumb, right? Yeah. That's 8.5 light minutes. But let's go ahead and just say 8. We'll go ahead and do that. So then what we can do is we'll move it 8 times that distance. That's going to be like 1 light hour.
Then we got a quadratic, yes.
Now how big is the sun? It's a little fucking speck.
You need a quadratic. You need to do it times 2, times 2, times 2.
now just imagine how many hours there are in 1 year. You can calculate it out, and that's how many more times you got to move it to be 1 light year away.
I can't give her any more power, Captain.
That's it. You would not see it. You wouldn't even be able to detect it. Okay.
Even then, in the 60s, they
So-
told you.
Oh, there's Steve Miller. Good to see you. Username redacted's here. ZXL Master. Good to see you as well. Got to give a shout out to some of these people. But this is what cracks me up. I wish John would come over here and partake in the conversation, because he seems to be very, very upset that I've noted so many times and on so many occasions the utter fakery that is involved with the International Space Station
and other things.
I mean, this one right here, and the whole thing is, look, there's too much to show that it's fake. It really is. When you got astronauts green screen glitching out, you got augmented reality and shit that's not syncing up correctly, people putting microphones through another person's neck. I mean, it just the list goes on and on.
It glitches over and over. Only the
Yes.
problem is it's a standard, so people are afraid to let it go because their whole system in their head of what is logic caves in. And yeah, it's those stacks of holy places and your conscience, and then you have to measure your conscience to the holy places. It's still a castle.
Yep.
Cambridge has high walls. Every university is a closed castle. You need to pay to get in. And when
Yeah.
you get in, you need to get your merit and your thesis and your productions. Then you get your diploma. You'll have in. Still, you need your tenure. And in that tenure, you need to produce in Nature or other scientific productions a scripture every 3 or 4 years. Otherwise, you are stupid.
Yeah. Well, that's what gets you. It's like, okay, did I memorize all the shit that you told me and spell it back to you the way that you told me? Okay, cool. Here's your $120,000. All right, here's your paper. This means now that you're smart.
Yeah, and
And
that
it's
would
like,
be
no, it doesn't.
No,
The ability to take information and weave it into cohesive ideas, that's smart.
If they stood-
Regurgitating. See, and this is what most of our society does. This is what most people do is they will parrot the iterations of those that they feel are smart. They perceive them as smart people. So if they parrot the same things that these people that they perceive as smart, that makes them smart by proxy.
I don't like the expression, but monkey see, monkey do.
Exactly. And that's the whole thing. And I've said this before. It's all about, a lot of it is perception, because it's leading scientists agree. That's all you got to say. That's all.
I've seen almost all of your son's movies now, so I'm up to date.
Yeah, I
on
mean,
that.
this is all. I mean, it's so there's so much mental manipulation that takes place, and
It's a construct. They construct it around you, and when you get caught, then you're in the illusion and you're dispelled.
Yeah. Well, there again, that's part of that whole programming thing, is to ridicule anyone that goes against that. You see, and that's done with this hoity-toity type of an attitude. Now, Sean here, he doesn't really have a hoity-toity attitude. He's just acts angry. Okay, I don't understand why.
Taking your own background in your history, take Kiss fans and Slayer fans, put them in one pit together.
Yeah.
It's gonna be war.
Right. So I don't know. He sought me out. I didn't go looking for him. And that's kind of troubling in a way. Why, I don't seek out people to try to fight with at all. That's not even part of my whole. I don't even know. That's not even my instinct, is to go find people to fight with. That's sick.
Well, it can get heated, but you could get to cool down at some time. And
Well,
as you know, I stepped out yesterday at an early point because we were talking about
yeah,
Iraq, and he couldn't name that city, and that was for me the moment I thought, something wrong. 5 minutes later, he was a Marine. Then he became an engineer. Then he became a mechanic again. Nah, baby, you never served. You're a liar. Bye bye. I don't
yeah.
talk to you.
I've
I s-
had people come on and tell some pretty funny shit,
ah,
stories that you just kind of like go, well, come on now, but whatever, I leave that for the audience to discern. I have my own discernment
always.
on a lot of shit. But see, this is the whole thing, Haas, is that, man, I would enjoy a good logical debate, a discussion, not necessarily a debate, just a discussion, right?
Yeah, but
But this guy doesn't have anything. If you notice anything he says, there's nothing he really says to refute anything that I say. It's always, oh, you dumb fuck.
yeah,
You just deny reality and science and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck is that?
yeah. He gives you a word curse, dumb fuck, to
Yeah, that's it.
to deny you, and then he tries to go around the subject, take another subject where he knows something of, and that's why I forgot the name of the guy. Every time he did that, he said, "Wait a minute, we're talking about." You have to go back, and that frustrated him more and more. And it has to be synchronicity because 10 minutes before we came on here, I talked to someone on Twitter, also on someone that was highly educated. And I told her, those people always want the last word in the conversation. They want the last sound, so they rule over you. She didn't get it, so I told her, they are educated, they are smarter, so you are lower. And they have the last word, otherwise, they do not win the debate. And then she got it, and then she got in the discussion.
That's the thing. I can you
The problem is
the problem that you run into with
the words.
blurfs. That's what I'm going to start calling them that. The problem that you run into with them is the fact that they get so fucking emotional and angry in the discussion. If it's anything that comes in that contradicts something, that's a great indication. When somebody gets angry like that, that's a great indication that they don't stand very firmly in that belief, because
Yeah,
it
but
was very easy to shake just by questioning it. You see?
That's the same saying as telling someone you have a house, but your house to live in 24 hours a day takes 10,000 people. Yeah?
Right,
Do
right.
not forget that. You need the mechanic, you need name him. The bricklayer, the one that made your roof, and then you
Yeah.
need the electrician at the station.
Uh-oh.
You need the pump, the gas man.
We've had ZXL Master uttered out
Yeah, he's
the
also great in those.
he is. He just uttered out the glober, the glurf, holy trinity, refraction, parallax, gravity, and he added spheres in there. They do
Yeah,
love
yeah,
their balls.
you could, yeah,
They
or
they
fractals, or
Yeah, right. You can make up. Listen, you can have whatever the fuck you want when you're in the magical space land. I mean, and they do.
it's
It's
the same
like,
discussion on the carbon we had. They claim,
remember when they was answering those questions up there, right? First, the Apollo guys, they said no, they couldn't see any stars. They didn't notice any stars,
and then
right?
Boss look
And
left.
then they had it was I think Don Pettit and that other weirdo.
Hmm.
They were supposedly floating in their harnesses up here in the space fake station, and they were fielding questions from the people on Earth, I guess. And somebody says, "Whilst in space, did you see any stars?" And they look at each other like, "Oh, what are
Yeah,
we
Buzz
gonna say,
Aldrin,
right?"
and
And so the one dude just kind of takes the lead, and it's kind of like, "Yeah, sure, kid, whatever the fuck,
and also
Yeah, we'd see all the fucking stars, whatever you want,
it's the same with Cybrel. The moment he walks in and asks them to swear on the Bible, they do not believe in a Bible, so why can't they swear on it?
Oh, I know.
Why
I
do they
know.
fear a god?
That's a good question. Listen, they just recently, I don't know if you're familiar with a thing here in the United States. We have these like factions of news, which I call government
Oh,
propaganda
I
outlets.
know them very well. I'm
Okay.
at war at the moment, so
So
I'm.
you know about Tucker Carlson. He was a very popular commentator
I've seen
and
some bits from
interviewer.
him. Those were good. Same with Alex Jones.
Okay, so Tucker Carlson got fired from Fox,
No,
and
he'll come
everybody
back.
was trying to figure out why. Well, this is really interesting. Glenn Beck used to be with Fox, and Rupert Murdoch literally went to him and told him, said, "Do not say God on the air anymore, and quit talking about prayer."
Okay,
And
he got the
he,
snap on the fingers.
yeah, so Glenn Beck, he disregarded that shit and he kept on. And then it was a while later, and he saw Rupert Murdoch, and he says, "Do you know how many times you said God since I last
79
spoke to
times.
you?" And he goes,
79 times.
and he goes like, "Wow, you've been keeping count? What the fuck, dude?"
But on the other side, where he worked, the company,
I think
the news company where Tucker worked, what was the name?
Fox.
Fox. They received an amount of $76 billion 5 minutes before Tucker was fired.
You know what? They lost a lot of fucking money when that happened, though, too.
They gained $75 billion 5 minutes before he was fired.
From who?
Question.
Was it
Not
from
Soros. No, he ain't got that dough. Never. The doggies. So Sovereign's letting in the dogs. It takes a while sometimes. And when they're in, they can be loud sometimes.
Hang on, I'll be right there.
All in your own time. It's your show.
I forgot my space lighter.
As long as you got your rebreather.
Yeah. Well, we had a little piece of Chinese satellite smack us here in the side a little while ago, and we patched it up with a stick of Wrigley spearmint gum. So,
well, you have to look this up on YouTube. The first launched satellite. Look on that title. First
I've
launched
seen that with the string.
Hey, that's the Death Star. Exactly. It's brown and yellow. Okay, but
Let me watch.
And then we got Phobos.
Let's see what else this clown had to say. I got this thing set at fast speed. It's going like almost twice speed. So I just want to see it.
Well, he's not a clown. He's got a study, and he's convinced he is right. It's the same with 2 and 2 is 4.
ZXL, I told you before, E equals MC squared means Einstein married cousins twice.
Yeah.
Okay. We know this.
He did. Yeah.
Yeah. He wore women's shoes and
his first wife probably wrote that equation, not he.
He paid her off with his Nobel Prize money and then married his cousin and said he was also with her 2 daughters and said that it was his own little harem. I'm like, what kind of sick shit was this guy getting into, right?
Yeah, he was a copy clerk. He was a copy clerk, nothing more. He copied dossiers.
He's out there for the system. Well, anyway, look at this. I can't get over. I mean, this guy, I don't understand why he's so angry, and I think it affects his appearance.
Yeah, it's all the attachments, emails, but there is an attachment in there of a 1933 apostate produced where they totally destroy Einstein in 1933. And
I was looking at some of this stuff.
They did it, and in 1972 they did it. So, what relativity theory? Special relativity, normal relativity, imaginated relativity, quantum relativity. Come on, baby.
Well, if you ever really look, he never speaks. Any film you ever see of Einstein, he's never speaking.
He's always promoting reading. Someone.
Well, he's always promoting. Though he's always reading something. He never
Yeah.
actually speaks.
Same with all the movies. When you were smart, you wore glasses.
Yeah. It's perception. Yeah. Look at that crazy guy. He's almost insane. That's how intelligent he is. See, that was the thing they were trying to push.
Yeah, and that's why we're in the 80s now, because it's Revenge of the Nerds. Ogre. Rawr!
Oh God, that movie cracked me up when it came out.
Oh,
Anyway,
that
speaking of
dude was
nerds,
cool.
let's listen to what this dude's got to say. I'm gonna get through this and then we're gonna do some more shit too here. Hang on.
Off of a solid object. It's plasma, man. It's plasma.
Also in the
Love that.
mails.
So anyways,
All in the
welcome
mails.
Sean here.
God,
Hopefully
what a
he's restraining
dumbass.
us or something like that.
Oh my fucking lord, he's a dumbass. He really is.
Hold on. Sean, that's another question I have for you. How do you know what the sun is? Okay. How do you know what it is?
I was told.
They
By my
told you that
father.
it was plasma. They told you it was plasma. Are you kidding me? And you know this for a fact. How do they know this? They don't.
Plasma is the fourth state of water, not? So the sun is water then?
I don't.
Use their own weapons against them.
This is what's so stupid about the whole thing in the first place. How in the fuck is balls of gas going to come together in a void, in a vacuum? How do balls of gas form together?
I know you tried to trigger me. It's just Pumbaa from the Lion King.
Yeah,
Look up
right.
there.
I mean, but for real. I mean, think about that whole thing. That goes against any laws of physics, basic first grade goddamn shit. I mean, you can't have balls of gas in a vacuum.
Well, I can gather myself behind the native way or the Indian way, looking at the stars. Those are my ancestors. And I can look up and say to myself, they're there. That's the clock. And I got to look at the clock.
Push button 62 says science. I like that. I like that. All right.
Why do you need 62? The answer to the universe is 42.
42.
Take your towel.
That's right. Yeah, it is. That is the answer. I remember I read that book when I was like in high school, I think.
And then you see the movie and think to yourself, why?
Yeah, I didn't. I already heard.
Most movies.
I'd already heard that it was awful, so I didn't even ever bother watching the movie.
Yeah, and the remake a couple of years back was
And I dig
even
the
worse.
publicity, and perhaps you'll learn something. I'm going to go ahead. Radio. Yeah,
Hey, Lourdes Probing Time and Stanley Tools. How you doing?
there you go.
What
And
an
ranging radar. There it is. So let me put this over in the chat box over here.
God, what a
And
dumb
paste this
fuck.
up in here.
I mean, he actually
Open
thinks
it up
he's
to
smart.
people.
I mean, he really thinks he's smart. He really thinks he's smarter than everyone. He doesn't do any research, as we just witnessed. It does no research on anything. It just whatever comes into his fucking peanut-sized brain, he fucking comes, it just shoots it right out of his fucking mouth hole. Pretty sad. Hey, Chris White.
Well, anybody that might have questions.
Thought we were friends? Yeah, you can fuck off with that. Hey, Rebel at Heart.
I see what it is with him now. I see what it is. He resents
Also,
intelligence. He resents intelligence. Okay. And this is the thing that gets you right here is that I don't think I'm smart. I just
No.
have figured out shit and have a logical thinking mind, and I'm not easily fooled. Okay.
Yeah, the only
That's all it
thing
is.
we did, the only thing you did, and most of us did, was take that step back before 1800, when the zero number was introduced into the calculus, and in 1834 it was in the first formulate into a library. So then it was under consensus, agreed that could be possible in the most likely way for 99.99999% likely, but it could be not true.
Right.
No.
Well, see, that's the thing. And Sean, it's like, no, look, it's just called critical thinking, brother. It was just called, it's called critical thinking.
Critical, mental, and static thinking. You
And
formulate an idea, you
unfortunately-
create an idea, and present an idea. And when it's solid,
Well,
it holds ground.
unfortunately, Sean and people like Sean confuse scientism or pseudoscience.
OTW, I see you. Okay.
They confuse pseudoscience with actual science. Okay. Now, these science is not a thing. Okay, it's not a thing. It's a process. It's a method.
It's
All right.
a 12-step plan.
It is. And
Yeah.
it's not, I don't know where they get this idea that that like science is some kind of a deity or a god or a thing. It's just a method and a method of thought. Okay.
Well, if you try to explain to
So,
them, they read
well, yeah,
the Greek wrong and the Roman wrong and the Assyrian wrong, and they translate wrong.
right.
But we got the translation stone with the 3 languages on it. Yeah, and that was one guy that said this is that, this is that.
Yep.
And you can explain hieroglyphics in 3 or 4 ways. You read them upside down, right side up, from the left
Hey,
to the right.
ZXL. Hold on. Let me ask ZXL Master a question
Ah.
here. He wrote this
You're in
in
Hebrew.
he wrote this in Hebrew in there, and that's interesting. Okay, so has
Oh,
the Hebrew use plural heavens, or is it heaven? Because now in the King James Bible, it has changed from the plural word heavens to the singular of heaven. So I'm interested to know if the Hebrew is singular or plural in regards to that word. If you know, that would be awesome. There's Nubs Revenge is coming up.
I have a message for everybody that I need to get out. It's very important.
No.
The way you guys do things is completely fucking wrong. It has no bearing on reality. The way that I do things, much, much better. Let me tell you about it.
Let me kiss you on the head to say goodbye to you. Bye-bye.
There you go. That's what we're after right there. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I think that's what it is. It's like, no, I actually use logical facts, and it doesn't fit the narrative that this man wants to believe, and it makes him angry. I think that he wants there to be aliens. He's one of those, and I really think he might have like secret fantasies of anal probing by aliens. So I don't know.
Possible, yeah. But
If
also
only
he's got an income, he's got a house, he's got a car, and yeah, I'm sorry to
If
say, but
only-
you
if-
Americans, you're all in debt. The
If
only thing
only-
you got
I'm
is
not.
debit cards.
I'm not in debt.
You're not, I know.
I won't do it.
You're smart. You're smart, yeah.
I won't do it. But
Getting
if only Sean would come up here and at least speak for himself. I'm curious to know, and I'm sure that many of you out there in the audience are curious to know if it is his belief in space and aliens and planets is rooted in his secret desire to be anally probed by advanced beings.
I've heard there are groups out there on the internet that are all about this stuff. They have, like seminars and all sorts of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
That would be great. You hear that, Sean? If you're listening, I know you don't really want to come up. You're kind of shy. I would be too. If I had a mug like yours, I wouldn't want to put it on camera any more than I had to. So, as Nubs Revenge just said, there are support groups.
Everything
for
starts to tremble.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
Listen to this crazy fucking thing. Anyway, it's about anything that we discuss,
Hey, Yogi.
which is a wide range of topics. Let me put this up in the pinned messages, and let me see if I can stick it over here in the Rumble side as well.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just content with being a fucking idiot. He's content. He's happy being stupid.
What had I said that would indicate that I was stupid? I just am content with being stupid. That's all he had to say. It's like
he postulated this fact, and he needed you to react.
Right.
Paste. Go. I do not know how to pin a message on here. All I know how to do is to ban people, but that's cool, I guess, if you think.
You
you
can't
don't know
pin
what
on Rumble, you can't
I
pin.
don't know.
That's the problem.
And it asks you if you want to pin it. That's usually how you do that, right? If I go over here and I click on Florida's probing times message, it says go to channel.
See, I think he only gets like every third word, because as I clearly stated, I said I was trying to figure out how to pin it on Rumble. Haas figured that out just listening to what we were talking about on there, right? But this idiot thinks that I'm talking about not being able to know how to pin it on YouTube.
It's a known
Isn't
problem.
stupid is as stupid does?
Man, I'm
No,
just
the
saying
problem is they learn to react.
The guy should really watch his fucking own videos back or something, and maybe he'd realize that, dude, I look stupid. I mean, he does look really dumb. I mean,
Yeah,
it's sad.
I know you get debates in the high school and the other schools in America. Here in Europe, it's less practiced. We had some discussions in the middle of in the school between 12 and 16 years old on government and all that stuff. So we learned to have a debate.
Mm-hmm.
And you have pro, you have con, you have that side, you have that side. Then you take the third party to take the fissure out of the powder so it doesn't explode. And you take a fourth party. There are only two parties in the room, but you need third, fourth, and fifth parties to diffuse the situation, to show them there are more opinions. And that's what Jordan Peterson does. Nothing more. He listens, and this guy is trained to act and react and attack. Nothing more. He does not need
my
to
son,
listen.
my son Ryan was saying earlier that he might join us when he gets off work here in a little while, and that was him. He had messaged me and asked if Sean had showed up, because I really do. I'd like to talk to him. I'd like to know
and
why
Sean,
he
no ill
was
will,
so
just
angry with me, but if he wants to, if he wants to play this kind of combat with me, I mean, that's fine. I'll do that.
Sovereign, if he wants to go one-on-one with you, just open my mails and slap him down.
Oh yeah. Let me tell you, this ain't my first rodeo, cowboy. No,
I know.
what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd
Lord
say,
of the Flies, yeah, man.
Just remember, don't go exploring for any mammary glands. If you're gonna slap them, make sure it's above the chest.
above the chest, right?
I've had my update today. I'm now Johnny McNamonic.
Well, let me see. Where did he go with this one?
Pin message, report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user on this channel, and add as a moderator. So I hit pin message.
Yeah, that's on
I
YouTube.
got a pin message. God damn, you're dumb. Holy shit,
yeah.
dude.
Do it on
Eric's here with
Rumble,
us.
stupid.
Hello, Eric.
I mean, what a
Ni
dumb
hao.
fuck.
Ni hao.
I mean, that's as ridiculous as Chili having to tell his followers how to find a
That's
community
you,
tab.
yeah. Ni hao, yeah.
So openly, right there, he totally misunderstands everything that's going on.
Yeah,
And
he
thinks that I
totally
was unable
misses the
to pin
greeting.
thought that I was unable to pin a message, and then went about showing, oh, look, you can pin a message on YouTube. I said on Rumble, stupid. If you notice that, but you don't, you're too busy. I don't know, man. Look at
That
don't
sounds like as dumb of a thing as when the lawyers were questioning Ford. And he's like, I might not be able to do this, but I know I can hire somebody that can give me any fucking answer I want.
Go back to ignoring. You ignore someone. Then you deny him. You do not listen to him. To be ignored is not a stupid term. It's a term of a smart man not listening to you.
right.
Invertia. Again,
Well, it's
turned
like,
around.
look, here's what gets me about with the entire flat Earth, globe Earth debate. All right. If I came up with a claim that said that the sky was made of purple velvet,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I went on and I said, hey, the sky is made of purple velvet, right? How long would anyone argue with me about that?
The
Because
sky is made of purple velvet.
As
I
long as they
got a cult follower. You see what I'm
No,
saying?
they're spraying velvet chemicals every time they go over and make an X in the spot. It's for our warmth and our cuddling.
No, I'm
No,
talking
you
about
don't get
the
it. You need to
velvet like
keep
little
selling those
Richard
sunglasses.
wears. I'm talking about the shit like Prince was wearing, that kind of shit, man.
Yeah,
You know
keep
what I'm
selling
saying?
those sunglasses with purple.
Purple rain, purple rain.
He sang about it.
So
per plate.
Anyway, you wouldn't argue any amount of time with anyone over such a stupid thing, right? Because it's obvious, right? So what I'm getting at is that the globe, the spinning, rotating, wobbling, that is a ridiculous claim that needs to proof. That needs
Yeah.
absolute proof, and there's no proof of those things. So
And then-
before we start going on about how far away fucking shit is, and we're sending people to the fucking moon and all this other shit, no, you're not. Okay, because the globe is a scientifically impossible theory.
Yeah, and you dig that movie when I was a Mountain K2 a week ago, the beginning with the physics professor, the female one, and he asks, if I turn around at this speed at the pole, do I not need to accelerate at the equator? Yes, you do. So do we have a problem now? Yes, we do. And it's it's 15 minutes long, so we can play it now at the moment.
It's, this whole thing, man. It's that right there is another big one. Is north south. So you're telling me that a bullet traveling faster than the speed of sound has to account for Earth's rotation, but a fucking airliner doing 500 miles an hour doesn't?
It's barrel and it's a gate, the left gate or the right gate. That's what gives the imprint on the projectile, and then it's a parabolic flight. I shoot it. Sorry.
I have.
No.
I have
you're
used
getting it wrong.
firearms. I have shot firearms of all makes, models, and
You
calibers.
guys are
my
getting it
entire
all
life.
wrong. It's the gravity of the situation that you're not bringing into perspective. I mean, come on now. When the fucking ball rotates, it creates suctional force, and it sucks us all down onto the fucking planet, just like the water that doesn't fly off of the fucking koosh ball.
Yeah, but I've got something great for you. I've got something really new. Normally, you need for a rocket to hit, you need one line of sight and a laser line of troops on the ground. And now I found a bullet I can shoot, and it follows you around the world if it needs, because it's specially tracked to you. Oh no, sorry, that's a movie again.
No, that's not a movie. We've got those. You just don't understand. They use gravity.
Yeah, a GPS tracker. Go away.
Yes. Getting
You see the
stupid
bullet,
people. Getting
you see the
stupid people.
projectile explode.
GPS.
Yeah.
Wow.
Or
It's
getting
so
people
beautiful.
stupid.
Let's see it on the 100 pictures a second camera. Yeah, it breaks open.
No, I got a
projectile,
5
and that's
million
GPS.
picture a camera. You don't
So-
understand. This is the
know.
government. The government's always right.
Oh shit.
So anyway,
Just go with the planning.
This whole dude, man, is like, that's his whole fucking thing. That's his gig. That's all he does. That's a quarter of what of what the whole video is, and it's nothing more than, "Hi, you stupid fucker, because of science." You know, and it's like, okay, good answer, bro.
What
You know?
You got me,
science?
Nubs. I cracked up. Wow.
It's kind of like the dude yesterday coming to the panel to talk about the Bible and never quoting a fucking scripture.
Right.
I'm
Right.
sorry,
he
you
knows the
can't
name. He
argue
knows-
a point
yeah.
without bringing up the very point. And then when
You know-
scripture was brought up,
He
he
didn't know
ran
it.
because there was an eyeball that had been there multiple times
Yeah.
throughout the broadcast on his fucking shit.
It's
Because he
up
was
there
put
right
into the
now.
left, yeah.
It's just an overlay that I have on there. I can change that.
No, but
If
what
I
I'm
want to,
saying
why?
is I
Why?
had made mention of it on his little icon, and he didn't fucking run from it then.
See?
He made sure to run after the fact when he was posed with the situation, because he's never done the fucking push-ups. He's just listened to somebody else that claimed to have done the push-ups.
No, he had a teacher who could read Greek. At least he told him he could read Greek, and
Well, I
everything
can
was
tell you, I
written in
could
Greek.
read fucking
Well,
Swahili,
I'm
and
on I've got something in his defense, though. I'm going to give you a little something in his defense. I think I understand where he is confused. Okay. And well, not that Trinity thing. I believe that's part of like Greek Orthodox
of course
style
it is.
of
It's Haleo.
Christianity. All right, which is a form of Catholicism. So what I'm going to get at, though, is that I think what he was referring to is that much of, if not all of, the New Testament was written in Greek. Now, this we know was written by scribes and long after the fact. So these people, this wasn't
We
them.
know.
That right, everybody knows that. So
No,
that
not
doesn't
everybody.
mean
He
that-
does not know that.
Right. That
No,
doesn't
that's-
mean that Peter. That doesn't mean that Peter and these other people were speaking Greek. It means that the people that wrote their accounts wrote it in Greek. Now, he is right
172
about
years
that
later.
aspect of it. But to claim that the entire Bible, which is really a broad spectrum, because we are talking about a series of books, including a set of books known as the Pentateuch, which are the first 5 books of the Bible, or also the Torah.
Pentecost, yeah.
And then we've got the rest of the prophetic books. And then we get into the New Testament, which consists of the Gospels as well as letters to the apostles. Okay.
Yeah, but even the
so-
Roman Church states that the first scriptures were written in 173. So Peter, Paul, and they all died at that time. So 3 generations, 4 generations on.
My question has always, like, whenever I was growing up, well, I guess that never really happened. When I was younger, I went to church, like, and I could not.
Ditto, yeah.
I just didn't understand the way that it was always presented. And then as an adult, like, I'm not saying that the whole Pizzo's family thing, that is true. However, without doing some proper research, it's still a valid thing that is there. It may be shit. You may be correct on that.
Yeah, yeah, no.
Nevertheless, if you have a situation where you have Tiberius with the same stories that are reported for Christ, and
Yes.
Tiberius can be known as the son of God, and all of these correlations, you don't have just correlation after correlation without some form of planning. Just trust the fucking science.
Also, and the scriptures that were preserved through time, and not the Western ones.
But
It's
who
more-
preserved them?
Well, the Arabians, they have got a lot of scriptures, and then you can learn about Jesus from Odisha in India. That was also a Jewish city.
And
he
you can
came-
also
he came
learn
to
about
Jerusalem in
Jesus.
40.
You
He
can
came
learn
to
about
Jerusalem in
Jesus,
40.
Jesus, the son from the Native Americans.
Indeed, that's the other story. And then you got Narcissus from the Nassassin, the son of the Killer
And see,
King.
I'm not saying that the story isn't true. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
No.
we need to take these things into account when
Yes.
looking at books that none of us were available to be witness to. Not
Correct.
to mention that you have Paul's revelation or whatever, and basically what he's talking about is the apocalypse, and what was the bringer of the apocalypse but fucking the Khan family. Those motherfuckers were burning cities, like literally as
Yeah.
described in the Bible.
And again, also in those days, when comets passed the sky, that was a sign of woe.
Yep. And if we don't take all the sorry.
No problem. Happens.
I get that all the time, man.
If we don't take what actually was transpiring in history into account, then we're looking at it very naively, for the simple fact that these were recorded things that were common amongst all peoples.
Yeah, and that's the discussion on the floods. What was there one flood? Were there multiple floods? And they can't
Well, if
give
there
us
was
a
one, there
construct
was.
because they, yeah,
If
they'll
there was one, there was more than one because it's flooding. Right now, we have a river flooding warning.
in your region, yeah, at the moment, I know.
Right.
And
So
then
was it
in
regional?
Colorado, you got some militia that is taking place or something. I heard.
Are we?
Yeah,
Hey, I need to find out
in
about
in the
that.
center of the country, there was something going on. There were 3 or 4 lives on the same time on it. It looks a bit like a setup for Waco again.
It's flow state, and I believe it's probably a heavy flow state this time of the month. What's up, brother?
It's light today. What's up, fellas?
Oh, not a whole lot.
The doggone Harvey.
Yeah.
There he is, Elias Filius Day.
Did I fall asleep in here last night?
Yeah, bro.
What's up, Flow State?
What up?
Somebody went, is that somebody snoring? I said, yeah, man.
I woke up, I looked at my phone. It was like, the home screen of StreamYard. I was like, fuck, I think I did that thing.
It happens.
Yep, it happens, man.
It's not the first time. It won't be the last.
I can't let that happen to me. If I'm running the goddamn thing, who knows what could happen at that point, you see? But
It's a little harder to do that when you're sitting
here. And says there is no debate that the cities and places of the Bible did and do exist, but that doesn't mean everything in the Bible is true and accurate. That's absolutely correct.
Spoken like a true agent of Satan.
Yep, gotta be Satan. We need an exorcist on this man immediately.
That's probably why I was so tired last night. We were doing that exorcism on what's his name?
Yep. Yep. The power of the Holy Spirit with all of its holes in it.
Trying to use the Bible to drive the spirit of Satan out of him and his religious dogma.
He needs a coffee klezma, a cleansing.
Well, thing is there again, you get too immersed. See, that's the problem. And the reason that the fellow last night got angry, mostly, and if you look at what was going on, is that when your belief system is challenged, you automatically put up a defense.
Mm-hmm.
But
only if you don't believe it.
Well, that's exactly right. That's where I'm going with that. And the less firm that your foundation in that particular belief or portion of a belief is going to cause an increase in the amount of anger or fight or flight response that there is. Because if that one little thing pulled out, it's like a Jenga, right? They're like, if you pull that block, this whole fucking thing's coming down, and I'm not letting you pull it out. I'm out of here. See?
Cornerstone.
So you're saying nobody really believes there's more than 2 genders?
Well, of course.
Gendera comes
Trust
from
the science, man.
Yeah. I do. I trust the science. I think that there's male, there's female, and there's like a multitude of different kinds of weird. Okay. That's what I think that there is. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to.
We had the Shimali time.
I'm not going to pretend somebody's a dog. I'm not going to pretend somebody's an alligator, or I'm not going to pretend you are what you're not. Okay. I knew when I was a little guy. I knew when I was a little kid that the guy in the big Mickey Mouse suit wasn't really fucking Mickey Mouse. Okay. I knew.
No. Wait, what the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's another one that I have to break you to. Not only is the earth flat, Mickey Mouse is not real.
So does Donald Duck wear pants at home then?
Blasphemy. This is a man of blasphemy right here. Right there, that man is filled with blasphemy, telling me that Mickey Mouse isn't fucking real. He lives right next to the fucking laws of this country, right there on paper.
Yeah, the mouse is real. It's a film camera with 2 rolls on it.
Right. See,
how are you going to deny what Hitler built?
I'm telling you, right? NASA. I wouldn't be up here in the International Fake Station without the help of good old Walt. And his
Absolutely. No. There's more to that story.
Has anyone seen the Disney Design Studio series?
Right.
Yeah.
Why is it so eerily close to all of these other things? Like, I'm sorry, there's a fucking dude out there. He's got some theories that are well worth at least looking into.
His mailbox
Crazy
is
as
full.
fuck, but if I'm looking at all the rest of this shit, I might as well look at everything. This dude believes we live on a fucking or in a crater, and Disney World is a fucking map out of the crater. And he pulls it up and shows some interesting fucking correlations.
Yeah, he got that insight about 15 years
God damn it,
ago.
man. I don't want to go any more down the crazy rabbit hole. Like,
Oh,
I
dude,
wasn't
there
trying to
is
get to
no
flat
end
Earth.
to this
Every
fucking
time I'd
rabbit
hear
hole.
a flat Earth, I'd be like, nah, I'm not going to deal with that bullshit today. Not today. Now
No,
you're telling me
there is-
Disneyland is the Narnia, the wardrobe door out.
Disneyland is fucking Narnia. That's why they bought the fucking rights.
Too much. I quit.
Yeah, bring in the
Right?
band. Animal Drum. Ah!
Dude, I'm gonna blow that fucking hat off your fucking head. No, but for real,
You're going to blow something else off.
Right. Hey, I'm not getting my exorcism on. No, there was this dude and he did this presentation. It was very well done, and if it was a fake, then it was a very well done fake. And I'm not reporting this information to be true, but supposedly the leading biometrics analyst in the nation studied pictures of Hitler in his ear and Walt Disney and his ear, as well as there was a Catholic preacher at the time and like a TV preacher type. And then also Kermit Cleveland, President Cleveland's son. They all had the same fucking ear. Well, ears are like fingerprints. We have certain characteristics that are just us.
They claim.
And we didn't have the fucking internet, and they could move people in and out. And, you know, I don't know if it's true or not, but realistically, knowing what I know about how things work, you know, within government and shit, knowing how crooked and backwards it is,
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it fucking past them.
Well, on the fingerprint and the ear print, on the sample sizes taken, they can claim there is a uniqueness to a fingerprint. Okay. But there have been cases that people brought in other people, since law enforcement only uses 12 points of your fingerprint. So if you can put those 12 points on another one's fingerprint, he's the guilty one.
Yeah.
Right.
So y'all check this out. This is something I find really funny. All right. They must have brought, is anybody y'all familiar with that TV show that was on called Big Bang Theory?
Yep.
But there's these three nerds and this hot broad that lived across the hall and shit. Right?
I do it.
Okay. So the one guy, I forget what his name was.
Leonard.
He got sent. The guy that lived with his mom. What was that kid's name? That guy.
Sheldon.
That real big nerd that had the fucking.
Sheldon.
No, the guy that lived
Raj,
with his
the
mom.
Indian guy, Raj.
No,
his buddy.
the Jewish kid. Anyway, let me see
Raj's
what-
friend.
Anyway, in part of the thing, because he was in engineering and shit, he got to go up to the ISS, right? That was part of the show.
No, he made the toilet for the ISS.
Yeah,
in the series, yeah.
Keep in mind, he made the toilet.
Right.
not a
And
Jewish
you know,
name,
it's a
that's the
fucking
problem.
mess. Now,
name is
just to
Harold.
prove, now
Harold.
this is what's funny. Now listen to me. This is what's funny. People that think that I'm crazy for questioning the validity of what we see of the space station must believe that actor was actually sent to the space station. I want to share this with you. Watch this. I'm going to share this with you. It's only just a short clip. Watch this.
I hope it's when he goes to the toilet. That's so exciting.
Hey, I can't believe these people won the Cold War.
That guy is an actual astronaut that is supposedly in the fucking space station.
Think about this. think about this. If I'm about to lose this thought. So his name is Harold, right?
Mm-hmm. Not a Jewish name.
What is a herald? It's a messenger, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the messenger created? The
Hark.
messenger has created shit.
Oh.
Shite, kacke.
Howard. Yeah, Howard. You know, the actor is so clearly Jewish, and but that's why I guess I figured, and he lived with his mom and shit. So I don't know. I figured he was Jewish. Howard's not a Jewish name, huh? I didn't know that. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe
That's why I always smile.
Maybe it's something in Yiddish. I don't know what. But the thing is that people watch that faithfully week after week. And that was a kind of the saga that Howard was up in the space station and he talked to his girlfriend and his friends back home. Again, that just being more programming. But the thing is, are you not questioning that there's one of the real astronauts just floated by on your fucking screen, just like they do in the International Space Station? You don't start questioning that at all?
Well, that was CGI because it had to be.
It always is CGI.
I don't watch shit like that.
I mean, that's the thing that gets me is that the whole thing was to reinforce the programming as it worked. But using the fakery, I mean, you'd have to believe that, oh, they only faked it on the TV show, but they're showing it for real when they show us the space station. And there's no difference. No difference whatsoever in the quality.
Yeah.
You know? That's what gets me is where people are so unwilling to question something.
Isn't that where he was calling from right next to you? Isn't that the communications?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was. Let me look again. Wait.
2 minutes.
Let me see. Where was that?
Takes 2 minutes to reach the station. Yeah, it does. Oh, ships.
Oh, shit. They're gonna make me watch. Come on.
Introducing new Starry Lemon Lime Soda.
YouTube's hard up.
It's different.
Oh, yeah. I got two dudes in the Netherlands that got totally screwed today on the computer. Phone, everything. My computer went down again. And I still can't use the damn camera. I don't know what it is.
Hey, Fruit Loops. I got a phone call.
Who is it?
A woman who says she's your mother but sounds like your father.
Right next to it.
Hey, Ma. You know, we could see each other if you turn on the computer.
Looks like Chinese.
We need it for the thing. I'll catch a computer virus.
You can't catch a computer virus.
Oh, so now you're an astronaut and a doctor?
What do you want, Ma?
You fucking doctor, eh?
To tell me.
Okay, here it is. Bernadette and I are starting a life together.
Oh, God, you are going to leave me.
Ma.
It's okay. Your father left me. You left me. I guess I'm just the kind of person people like to leave.
It's not definite. I'll talk to Bernadette.
Don't bother. I'll just go sit in a hole in the ground so I'm no trouble when I die.
Stop it, Ma. I'm sure I
Do
can
the
get
guy.
Bernie to come around.
I knew it. I knew she was behind this. You listen to me. If you want to be a man, you can't let a woman tell you
The
what to
other
do.
one where he's crying is much better.
Okay.
Oh, I can't believe these people won the
If
Cold
you
War.
want to be a man, you don't listen to what
Now,
a
can we
woman
please
tells
change the
you to
subject?
do.
Fine. Explain why you've been gone so long. I haven't gotten a single letter. Not even a lousy postcard.
So, there it is exactly what they show you. The same
Oh,
thing.
they're so dumb. Yeah.
That was the real ball.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, the same, also the space station, the dude, we got 2,000 square feet. So I took to the drawing board, 2,000 square feet. That's 1,000 feet too much, dude. So in what villa are you living now?
No.
2,000
We've been
feet to
renovating it, dude. Haven't you been keeping up on the latest news? We added a whole new wing.
Oh, I thought Sovereign and his son was so deep in the mails of mine. Dive into them. You'll crack your head. I got everything. The 1962 calculations, everything.
When Bill
I
was
got
up
a
here,
buddy of mine that was working on the program. They sent him up there. Sovereign knows him, Jack, right?
Yeah, I can tell you, I worked on the Tesla program only in 1993, and then Elon stole the project.
Yeah.
Well,
Fucker.
I mean, they're all a bunch of thieves. I mean, that's okay.
Well, I gotta tell
they
you all.
never
I
answer.
gotta tell you all a little bit something. I don't know if you heard about how we got rid of Don Pettit from up here. I mean, he keeps forgetting to flush the space toilet, right? And here we were running around through here in a gorilla suit, and it ran smack dab right into a turd, man, floating right there, a space turd, flop, right? And it was like, Don, okay. Well, luckily, Bill, you guys, that's what I call him, but you guys know him as William Shatner. He came up, he brought a couple of green hookers. We gave him a fifth of Crown Royal and sent him and Don Pettit back down, man. So worked out.
You traded the hookers for Don Pettit?
No, we let him keep the green hookers. We weren't. They came from Uranus.
I've heard there is some green ones down there.
Yeah. You don't want those ones. So you never know what you'll get. If you go looking for sex in Uranus, you could end up with some kind of a problem, you know.
Well, that is the female M&M, is the green one.
Spicy meatball.
So what do we got going on over here in the chat? Disturbing. Oh, I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Hanky did with Christmas Pooh.
He's happened to float a long way for that one.
Oh, damn. So I guess Sean's not going to join us tonight, you know. And I was hoping to be set.
Well,
straight,
if he wishes, I can step back, or Artie can step back. You can have.
Well, no one has shown. No, I can get like 10 people up here, man. It's no big deal. They'll show up backstage. The link is up at the top of the chat. I'm sure that's how you all found it, right?
Yep.
I'll tell you what, I got a good plan. I don't know this individual, but I can pretend in a fiction to come up with some good arguments that he may or may not. You know, it can be like a bit, so he knows what he would be expecting if he did decide to show up.
So a pre-formulated state. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, kind of like Imagination Station.
I got you. So like War Game It Out.
Yeah, like kind of like a video game.
So you'd be Sean.
Well, no, I'd be like Sean.
That okay? I mean, in the role play type situation, right?
He's the NPC. I'm the character behind him.
But you see, there's a certain nuance. You have to understand. There's a certain nuance to Sean Hawkins that must be.
Give me a quick like 2-minute video clip of him at high speed. So it's really like 15-minute. You know, it can be real high speed, just so I get the nuance.
All right, let's see. Let's see where we get to. Let's see what we can find.
On the point
I'm sure you can find something adequate.
Yeah, not a problem.
I gotta be honest, on the point of quantum mechanics and all that machination, I believe that 15 years, 20 years back, until they start telling me, if you think you understand it, you don't. And that's the moment for me that I thought, wait a minute, I get the Casimir effect. Okay, it's attraction and on the spooky action at a distance. Okay, but if I going to understand a theory, I can't understand the theory because you can't. Illogic, and that's when I burned down. that was a moment for me when they said, if you claim to understand quantum mechanics, yeah, you got the formulas. Okay, I understand those. Then you don't understand quantum mechanics. Yeah, if you see a black hole, you don't see a black
hole. That doesn't exist and exist at the same time.
Correctly. How do you see a black hole when the event horizon, blah, blah, blah. And when Stephen Hawking wrote that paper in which he almost totally destroyed black holes and black matter, not in word, but the intent was there. In his next paper, he would have destroyed it all. Total physics, science, everything. And then they said to him, exit stage right. Because
okay, so I've got this let's see, that's at 1357. I'm gonna go back to about.
I mean, you can do it at like 5 times speed. I'm pretty
yeah, I'm getting ready to put it up right now. I've got it at 1.
Is that an avatar or?
I've got it at 1 3/4. Let me stop screening.
Are you able to switch my avatar to a picture of him so I can really be in character?
No, I'm on the show. I saw 2 people.
So
Something wrong with me.
let me see here. Wait a
Again.
second. Here I go. Okay, now I'm here, there, I'm everywhere.
This is my daughter, Jordan.
Hello, daughter Jordan.
Hi, Jordan.
evening.
Hold on a
Good
second. I
evening.
gotta
Good
screen it
afternoon.
Hang on a second. Let me get rid of this. Put her back up here. Let's see. Let's see. Let's get a good gander here. How you doing, Jordan? Nice to see you.
Yes, you can go now. Mwah.
She must look
Can
like
I
her
go
mother.
now? What the hell?
Do you look like your mom? Yeah, she looks like your mom.
Nope.
Is that
She
what
looks
she
like
did?
a dad because otherwise dad would go in the olden days in the case.
All right, so this is where we were.
Yeah,
we
you
were
look like your dad, so dad doesn't go.
She has my eyes, and everything else looks like her mom. But her mom's side of the family is all short, and I'm 6'1", and I'm the runt of my family. So it'll be interesting to see how her height plays out.
Yeah, my son's gonna outgrow me here in probably the next year and a half. And I'm
Good
6
Lord.
foot.
Yeah, it's the additives in the food.
we were discussing.
No. It's not
Yeah.
the additives in the food. It's direct lineage. Like I can trace my lineage rather far back.
Also, yeah, but also what they put into the food and into the soil and into the air. It also enters your body and it disturbs everything.
Sure, I'll give you there is some aspect to that. I would say it's a little bit of both.
Yeah. And one of the posters I have in my living room, it's man can no more own the land he walks upon than own the air he breathes. And
Well,
that's
isn't man the land that he does walk upon?
also, but aren't you still Stardust? Ziggy
So-
Stardust.
So in this little bit right here, this was another time he decided, I don't know what his problem was, but anyway.
I just need context of character.
All right, so we were discussing the assumptions they use, like how did they figure out the distance of the sun, and this was what he said. This is hilarious, but I'm gonna just slow. You got to hear him right.
Is it the balding, low testosterone gentleman down at the bottom?
It is indeed. It is indeed.
All right. So in
There
order
he
to
goes.
be somebody like this, I must turn off my camera and show you the quality of workmanship that I see. This is in my opinion, in my humble opinion, not knowing a damn thing. So really just talking out of my ass.
All right, so just you got to hear the method and everything, and watch his mannerism, because it's often not even necessary to have to bald yourself or anything, but to adopt these mannerisms. If you ever see how Jim Carrey does it, it's hilarious.
Mhm,
I mean, he actually turns into that person. It's crazy.
Yep. Possession.
Here we go.
Alrighty then.
Yeah.
Here we go, guys.
Oh yeah, and here are the plans. It's got perspective and orthographic view mixed in on every view. There you go. That'll help. Now
Oh
build
yeah,
it.
here's the
Oh, this
plans.
is
It's
good.
got all
Beyond
sorts
it,
of
guys.
orthopedics
Yeah,
and
I mean, that's the whole
you
thing,
know,
is
like how was that?
that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. This is
Okay,
where
keep on going.
All right.
I need more practice. This takes dedication.
All right. A lot of assumptive values, for instance, with the distance to the sun, right?
Right. We measured it with radar, dipshit. We've measured it.
Well, they had.
Yeah, we fucking measured it, dipshit. We measured it with the freaking lasers.
Son, listen to me.
Who
You
is the rude
you
bald
can't
guy?
measure in a dip. It's a radar. It needs to go straight on and come straight back.
No,
So,
we
when there's a dip,
fucking measured it, you dipshit.
you can't measure a dip.
And
Yeah, I did it. I measured it when I did my research.
No, you saw the mirage.
This is what gets me about this, and it's like, think about that. You was asking Flow State, who is the little troll guy? Okay, this guy's name is Sean Hawkins.
Oh, the bald dude is Sean Hawkins?
Yeah.
No fucking way. He came up and chatted with you?
No. He would. This is him restreaming me.
No, I'm just up here
Oh, God
talking
damn it,
shit on this
Sean. You fucking
dipshit.
faggot. Excuse me, YouTube.
We measured shit with lasers. What are you talking about?
I know, right? So his whole thing was that the radar, like you could shoot radar 93 million miles. I'm like, there's no fucking way that's ever happening.
Well, it bounces off of the gas from the sun. You dipshit.
Bounces off the gases of the sun. Well, how's that work, man?
Well, it's science. You just gotta trust it.
Isn't there like
shit?
Isn't there like moons and planets and shit in the way, on the way there too? Now the thing is,
it gets around those things. It just goes around them.
Don't
question science. Just trust the science.
And next year, that rocket is going to fly to the sun. Yeah, it's going to fly to the sun, that rocket. Yeah.
Dude, they already...
The rocket, no, you guys just don't, you guys are just some dipshits.
Dude, they already tried to float that shit. They said
that they tried
a probe to the sun.
Oh, it was not a probe to the sun. It was to a black hole.
And what is your opinion on... What is your opinion on the Van Allen belt, sir?
The Van Allen ballon? You can't you're not even smart enough to think.
Because English is not my native tongue. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Make excuses because you're a foreigner.
And this is what I didn't. Shiksha. Shoo.
Dude, you nailed it with this fucking guy. I swear to God, Nubs, you fucking nailed it. Right on it. Exactly. Wow. So that's what that dude's about, for real. Honest to real. That's
giggity.
That's what that dude is about.
That's voice.
Wow. And he's got a couple little cult people that follow him.
They're not cult people, they're really smart people.
Yeah, they're in the Star
Jack
Trail.
is building a cult. Speaking of cults.
My favorite cult leader.
That's really what he's made for, though. Like, he's the perfect archetype of a cult leader.
He probably is in a sort of grouping. That's why he is that spelled, I think.
I can't really mess with him too much other than a simple joking jab.
Same.
Every once in a
I
while.
don't dislike Jack, but I do think that he's definitely working a cult.
I definitely, and I think he is entertaining. And I think that if he were to understand things a little bit differently, much like all of us, and actually give diligence to what needs to be done, in my opinion, obviously not him.
I like how you quantified that because he's kicking your ass straight out.
I definitely, the smell of cheese that is down in his basement is just fucking disgusting.
What? You've been to his house?
And I'm talking about a StreamYard basement.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
okay.
All right.
Is that a Virginia Tech fucking shirt?
What, that I'm wearing? Oh no, yeah, that's a Virginia Tech shirt. I know that logo
fucking hokey.
It's a Goodwill shirt.
Yeah, it's Goodwill.
Oh no.
Look, when I got out of jail, I'd gained some weight. I needed some work shirts that weren't tight as fuck, and this is one of them.
You didn't go to jail. You didn't go to jail. You had a state-financed holiday.
We've got Virginia Tech fans here in the Valley, but a majority of people are like with UVA.
Yeah, I could not give a shit less about either of them.
And because that's more close to where we're at. We're I'm at closer to Charlottesville than it is to Blacksburg. Blacksburg is where.
How about this one? VCU motherfuckers. Yeah.
I also don't care.
And the coin that drops for me at this moment.
I don't either. I could give a shit less, man. You want to impress me from an academia standpoint? And as I last remember, that's what universities are supposed to be about. Have a fucking like Jeopardy style contest with the top students from each university. Now
That's
there's
what it's
something
called.
No,
fucking
no, no, no,
impressive.
not Jeopardy
It's called-
style. They already are queued up with the answers.
No, you got the emerite, the emeritus, the highest one, the one that knows all.
Well, yeah,
And
as
you
long
can
as they're
cha-
going to
you
be
can
at the
challenge
university,
him.
though, as long
Look,
as they're going to be at
college
the
is just
university,
about giving
we
you
should
debt.
focus on what the university's whole purpose is there for. Isn't it there for higher education?
Yeah,
And what
but
we
those
find
student
out is it's
loan.
there for higher
Higher education.
It's
it's higher
student loans
it's
to
it's
kids.
higher indoctrination is what it is, because you find that amongst the most obedient and holster sniffer of our society are usually of those ilk.
Or is it
Okay,
a
and this-
higher form of filtering of the next
Yeah.
layer of students?
It's
From
debt
high
school
slavery.
to
It
the
makes people into
student.
indentured servants.
Yeah.
If you fit the system, and otherwise you go to the psychiatrist and he tells you what is wrong with you because you're not a gray mouse.
Well, we get like it was. I don't
Well, I
know if
could
any
do
of
that
you have
for
been
you.
around Flow State. I think you've been here when Nick Volt has been on my show.
Maybe.
And Nick Volt is a physics professor at
Mhm.
some university in California, and it chaps his ass. He keeps all the times he thinks it's a big deal, and I boast about the fact that I am a high school dropout. I never got a GED or a high school diploma, and I did this on purpose. Throughout my life, I've never needed it for any
You just put it
reason
on your resume
whatsoever.
anyways.
Well,
Right.
we have to
You
put
know?
the clock 20 years back for that. In the 50s and 60s, my dad couldn't read, couldn't write. He became a carpenter.
Well, no, the thing is that I know what I need to know. I know how to read. I'm obviously fairly well read. So education. I know people that have gone through years of school and this is where case in point when it comes with Nick
Step
is
by
that
step.
he thinks that because he's gone to this degree of indoctrination that he's just going to smoke me out on any kind of a debate. And it really, he's all the time going, oh, you need to get an education. Dude, I'm giving you an education. I'm the one that taught you about cymatics.
Yeah, and the
Education
I'm the
word,
one
is
that
to
taught
bring
you
out
about
of one.
fluoride in your water, man. So don't tell me that I'm dumb shit because I've held it up. I've held it up to you. You have a theory. I have an experiment. I have indications that it is the electromagnetic force, the electrostatic force that is causing the downward vector. That's easy.
Yeah.
That's
And
easy to prove.
and the special student houses, sigma, delta, gamma, and all that shit. Most
It's
of
all
them
Greek.
are, but most of them are STD. In short,
STDs.
yeah,
They're all STDs in Greek.
sigma, theta, delta, STD. You got to spell it out. They fuck you over, and that's why they drink and fuck so much. They're the biggest Sodom and Gomorrah you can find.
Burn
That's
the corporate
funny.
fiction
That's
and
true, though.
You know, I
burn
never
the
joined one of
corporate
them.
fiction, and Christos has joined us up here tonight.
Gentlemen, believe
I'm
me,
gonna
if
go on
there's
and- I'm
male
gonna go on
Sodom
and
and
say,
God, wow.
I believe, and this is obvious, it's so obvious that universities and the banks are in cahoots. You cannot tell me
Yeah.
that the level of knowledge that someone is getting per semester is any way near, in any way, shape, or form, worth the amount of exorbitant cash or money that has to be given to the university in order to participate in that semester. Not whatsoever.
You know
And to
what it
understand-
boils down to? It's people preying on other people's lack of discipline.
Locusts.
Well, it's not just that. It's the fact that that's what they do. They push the idea through the programming of television, through our, what they engineer the societal norms that you're supposed to, at a certain grade in high school, they pressure you to take your SATs so that you know what you're going to be good at, so you can apply to a university, right? And based on those scores is going to be whichever the best school you can apply to. And they push this, that it's absolutely expected that you go on to college after high school.
Yeah, and those
so that you can get a
SATs.
good job. But getting a job for anyone is not a path to success. You have to work for yourself. Ultimately, is what I'm realizing.
Dude,
Absolutely.
there's so many things that what you take somebody who spends I don't know, fuck $100,000 on a degree, has to take out loans in order to do it. They're paying those off for most of their working career, right? Versus the guy that just went ahead as an apprentice with an electrician. In 10 years, he's now started his own electrician's business and he's making 6 figures a year. Who the fuck is the dumbass, right?
That depends who gets ill.
That's the whole
who gets
thing.
ill.
Not only that, but they also, those same people that went out and got those degrees are now hiring that individual, giving them that money to improve their wiring system because it's subpar for their new fucking Tesla.
Also, but life's a breeze while you're healthy. You can get a heart attack at 20 or back pains at 20, and then you're done.
Well, if
So,
you don't
as
take
long-
certain things into your body, that's much less likely to happen.
You could have a car accident while being a passenger. You could be hit on a bike.
That's still, I mean,
Life
but that
has
doesn't
external
make
vectors.
the debt, and that doesn't make it a good decision.
Oh no, that's a system, and indeed, yeah, you're correct.
Right, you're better off still doing what Nubs was saying.
So let's see what's on the minds of Mr. Ryan and Christos here tonight. Brian, what do you got going on, man?
Fuck those dudes.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but
Your channel's 10 times better.
We just all around generally suck. I can only speak for myself anyway, right?
Suck the big
Well,
soft
if
one.
you're, I mean,
No, you suck. Suck it hard. Go down, baby.
Sean didn't
You
show
suck.
up, man.
That's an
No,
old one.
the universities are definitely in bed with the banks. I mean, Rockefeller's the one who basically molded modern day university, and they're in bed with the banks on more levels than just one of the financial aspect. I mean, they're centers of indoctrination, so that you get boxed into this mental prison.
Yeah.
And you're never able to actually see the way that society truly works. You're not taught to critically think about anything. You get a title, and like Nick Volt, you know what I mean? What kind of degree do you have in
Yeah.
law? What kind of degree do you have in science? If I had a degree, I'd be a lot less intelligent for it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Because that
and when
means
they're
I
undiscovered. Sorry.
spent like four to 6 years regurgitating nonsense. You know what I mean? That's the truth of it. So shortly after Rockefeller took control, he started creating fellowships in the universities. He took control of he created the predecessor to the American Historical Society, or whatever it's called. And basically he paid for 8 doctorates of history to go over to England. And basically they told him over in England, I forget where specifically they went.
Cambridge.
Cambridge
Royal House.
There you go. Yeah, and they told them what they expected from them, what was becoming of their doctorate of history, and what they were supposed to teach as official history, and what they were supposed to disregard or say is nonsense. And that's why we have people who have no idea how the law works, or where we come from, or what this country is supposed to be like. And
if I may on that one, I appreciate this system, especially knowing what I know, for the simple fact that somebody that has a degree in philosophy and works for a college is probably not very apt to be able to build a retaining wall. They just don't correlate very well. And somebody like myself, I happen to know how to build that retaining wall. So the more doctors and lawyers and people that are not capable of performing general functions of maintenance and or performing anything like that, I support that kind of behavior 100%. Just let it be known.
Who goes and
I'll
gets
give the
a
same remark
degree?
as I did before you all were in. You live in a house as one person, but 10,000 persons are making your life today. The one that made the roads, the one that made
95% of them.
Who goes and gets
People-
a degree in philosophy? Just go read the works of philosophers. Who would spend
Right.
hundreds
What
of
that-
thousands of dollars to go get a degree in to do what? Like, do you have any educational background or trade experience? Yeah, I have a degree in philosophy.
I have an LSD. I have an LSD in philosophy.
I had
Also,
I had a guy.
Sovereign, you got to look in the mail. Look on the fester. It's on the LSD fester.
There you go, man.
I had a guy that I was building a fence for, and he was a college professor for astronomy at one of the local colleges here. And we were talking back and forth, and I'm not going to bullshit with a bullshitter. So I was speaking what I know to be true, and he was sitting there looking to prove me wrong.
Yeah,
So
while
it
speaking
took me
incorrect.
about took me about 3 days to build this fence. And on the third day, he came out with this piece of asteroid. And he's like, I want to give this to you because it's from 1 billion light years away or something. Like, he came up with because he knew where the asteroid was from.
And he had a geode, or what was it? The geode, or
it's lava rock.
It feels like lava. It feels like metallic lava rock, and it definitely, like, the thing about it is I can feel something out of that rock, and I've kept it intentionally so that when I feel that same bullshit, I can know what it is.
It was probably fossilized feces.
Probably.
Probably. It might have not even been fossilized yet. It might have just been poop.
No, dinosaur. And they carbon dated it. And that's how they know.
Fossil melted. My fucking fossil melted.
No, it's definitely magnetic.
The claim
This asteroid stinks.
This asteroid smells like shit.
No,
so the
what
claim
it
of
was-
NASA.
What it was is it was some shit that
Remember that in fucking what's that thing with David Spade? What's that?
Joe
thing?
Dirt.
Joe Dirt.
Yeah, that's great.
You're my lucky meteor. It's a
He
fucking
says
big
that's a
hunk of
space-
airplane shit.
He says that's a space peanut.
Well, I do
Yeah, he's
prefer
fucking eating ketchup and fries with ketchup off of it and shit. Just
I do
dipping
prefer
the fries in
MIT
the
guy
ketchup. It's
from
fucking awful.
Supernatural.
Yeah, that movie's the greatest.
That fucking movie's hilarious, man.
It encapsulates America
see
just
no
like
evil, hear no
Talladega
evil.
Nights encapsulates the like average intellect of the United States.
Well, you know what the best part about fucking NASCAR is, don't you?
Go take a left turn.
It's an easy sport to follow.
Take
Yeah,
a left
well,
turn.
the crash. People, everybody there, you got to admit, most of the
Well,
people there
in a
had
way,
great anticipation of a wreck.
yeah. In a way,
The chaos out of the
think
order.
About it, if you think about it, we have John D. Rockefeller to thank for NASCAR, right? Because how was NASCAR started? Bootlegging during
Bootlegger.
Prohibition,
Yep.
right? Well, who
And
started
Henry
Prohibition?
Ford.
Who
We can
started the-
definitely thank Henry Ford for that
No,
one
but
too.
think about it. Who started the Prohibition? It was John D. Rockefeller to get rid of ethanol as a fucking
As a competitor.
competitor to his oil.
Was
Yeah,
to
so
stop
with
the
John D.
bootleggers,
D.
yeah, in
Rockefeller created
Oklahoma,
NASCAR.
Arkansas. Yeah, there were 3
Praise
states that
be
were
to
still
John D.
illegal.
Rockefeller, right?
This is, yeah,
It's
that's
completely
listen,
correct.
How
There were
hard
3
would it
And
be
that's
to
why
make
I'm
an
saying
engine
the
that runs
Hitler-
off just regular old?
Careful.
That's
say
why
funny.
I'm saying the Hitler-
Say funny mustache guy.
I gotcha. the guy, this one,
Charlie
and-
Chaplin.
Well, yeah, Charlie,
Chaplin.
Charlie, and
He
and
married
the-
a 14-year-old. He's a pedo too. Why is he a good
Yep.
guy?
If you
It's just-
look at, like, I look at what is available as far as visible evidence, and I don't claim to know anything that is true or untrue if I haven't seen it firsthand.
Notable
However-
evidence, yeah.
Right. And so this is all theory, but my understanding of it, if you take Walt's house and turn it upside down and flip it backwards, you have the same house that is in the Von Braun pictures at
Yes.
the end of the war.
Wow.
Wait,
You're
what?
deep.
Not to
Yeah,
mention that
you're-
all of the
oh, wow.
people, not to mention that all of the people that were related directly to Project Paperclip went through those Disney, and I don't mean all of them, but a very good majority of the higher ups went through the Disney offices at any given time.
Give me a moment, Sovereign. I'm gonna look up the movie. It's 50 minutes long. It explains everything: the names, the ways, the vectors, the numbers.
Yeah, that whole thing. Listen, that's born out of some seriously.
Nubs,
dark
I
shit.
told you fuckers, I'm done going down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to
get
really
to
go
it.
down the rabbit hole. So
Follow the fucking yellow brick road.
You're now in a
But
hospital.
let's cover the important things. Have you guys had a Reese's Outrageous?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's the shit that matters right there.
Hey, mic check. Am I coming in?
We can't hear you.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, you.
What?
Hey, I just wanted to say you all are dropping weapons grade truth.
Wow, man.
Thank you.
Cool, man.
It's great
had
stuff.
Reese's
I've been
Outrageous,
looking
huh?
for a reason to say that too about something. To call something weapons grade truth.
I like it. I like it. We're
pretty
dropping
good.
them from way up here high too, man.
A pipe bomb.
If y'all don't believe I'm actually up in the fake station, then
What were
I
the
know, I
ground
believe it.
support?
you're probably
Major Tom to Uncle Sam.
There's the space station right there. And
Yeah, I can show you all the bleeps.
Taxes if you can.
Yeah,
I
right.
would go
Yeah.
into the
Yeah.
bathroom work up there.
Hold on, wait, we got a transmission coming.
Oh,
in.
this again.
Controls, check them backup. Backup initiated. Locking out all ports. Clear. And we are good to go.
All right.
Hello, this is Space Station Mir. We have problem.
Yes. Houston, we have problem. We are out of vodka.
No,
What?
no,
We
no,
have
no. This is
Coca-Cola,
no good
bye.
for Boris. Boris does not like this situation.
Yeah.
Is that Alexander the Ganja shaman?
We are
No,
Soviet.
no. My name is Boris.
Yeah.
We are
I
Soviets.
am
We cannot
Cosmonaut.
tell our
the
tell
Guy
our
Ritchie
women
movie.
from our men. We are Soviets.
If you were
No,
in
not
space, you would have to
Soviet,
put your
Russian.
dick in something so that it wouldn't flow
Borat.
out, right?
So
What you have to do?
Yes,
What?
yes,
Hold on,
yes.
Flo,
Put
let-
dick in something.
Let Flo say talk. What did you say again now?
If you were in the space station, if you were in space and you tried to piss, you'd have to put your dick inside of something, right? Like
Yeah.
In
so
the
that it couldn't
urethra.
like come back at you.
Yeah.
In the
Yes, it
urethra.
is.
Yeah.
It is much like sex.
It's they have this thing they do they have it's got a vacuum. They did a whole thing about it and it's
They did?
ridiculous. Yeah,
I haven't
We
seen
use
it.
for
They
hair
got like a
shampoo.
shop vac you put up
So-
to your butthole.
yeah,
Yes.
kinda with a bag.
Okay, I'll get you. Wait a minute.
ZXL
Yes,
Master.
it's like shop vac.
Yeah,
Does
kinda like a
the
shop-
other dude have to like siphon it like gasoline out of you?
No.
ZXL
Like
Masters over
shop
in,
vac when you make wet vac part, the extra part, so it does not
ZXL
fall
Masters
in.
over in the
No
comments.
We
camera. It's like a
recycle. We eat.
Hang on a
caveman on
second, y'all.
campus.
What, Ryan?
ZXL Masters over in the comments, which first of all, man, thank you for that short. That was awesome. I know you worked hard on it. It's very, very cool. I meant to give you a shout out on my show. I was just a little in a little bit of a hurry and it has slipped my mind, but very, very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. Secondly, you said that this has a half-life. Carbon dating has a half-life, as we had researched, of 5,730 years, right? And now this is a genuine question. This is genuine. I'm not being a smartass, nor am I claiming to know. How in the fuck do they know what the half-life of carbon is? Can you
The
possibly?
Russians were there.
Yeah, no. Can you tell me how do they know that there's so many variables involved with that? You know what I mean? It
yeah,
it
sure.
has
No
to be in
problem.
so I am perhaps jumping to conclusions, and like I said, it's a genuine question. But in my opinion, just based on all of the variables that they could not possibly know, that number has to be an assumption.
That's an illogical fallacy.
And the margin
You're
of
wrong.
error when they start talking about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, well, like you said, you can't even do it beyond 100,000 years, right? So the margin of error becomes so great with that assumption. You know what I
That's why
mean?
buildings stumble inside to each other. They design it on a computer with Pythagoras, and Pythagoras deviates at the third point behind the comma. Bye.
Yeah, but that's a
And
genuine
every
question.
technical engineer knows that.
You're fucking super sidewinder.
That's a genuine question. I mean,
I tried carbon dating, but those women are crazy.
when we researched it, the guy says, you know, basically we assume that or cosmic rays affect the degradation of the carbon-14 molecule or whatever, right? Or whatever the fuck they
Yeah,
said.
if you
But
don't
then-
have the text in front of you, it's mumbo jumbo.
yeah, well, he said right in the same thing. Now we know both of these assumptions are false, but they're necessary for the calculations. What the fuck?
Yeah, the thing that you cited was a perfect piece. What was it? 9, 10 times in 3 sentences? I believe, I postulate, I create. He didn't do shit in the whole alinea. The whole page, he didn't do nothing. He stayed the
Nothing. Now,
same.
both
and
of our
same and the same.
assumptions,
Yeah.
both of those our assumptions are incorrect, but they're necessary for the calculation to be correct. Well, that means your
Right.
calculations
Yes,
are correct.
that part was beautiful.
It's like,
Yeah,
how do
yeah.
you do that?
Well,
My assumptions are always correct.
Don't you
ask
see
me.
don't you see my little certificates and frames with little ribbons and shit on them behind me?
Right. I
That proves
regurgitated
that
the best.
I am smart. The
I
man at the
regurgitated.
school, the man in the special robe gave me a paper and told me I am smart.
I regurgitated.
You know who made me
bullshit
smart?
The bestest.
Yeah,
The
man.
best
You know who
bestest.
made me smart is my grandma. My grandma telling me to go out and pick a fucking switch. She made me real fucking smart, real fucking quick. Let me tell you, I pulled in a nice little stick, and she knew I was coming in with that little stick. And she
So
had
she
a
grabbed
big
a log
stick
out of the
ready
fireplace
waiting.
and gave you brain damage with it.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Beat you goddamn
Yeah.
halfway to death.
That's usually
Halfway.
But you know, the thing is that look, I believe
I got the
that
Kuiper
for the
belt.
most part, at least 90% of people have the potential. They at least have the potential to be I'd have to say deprogrammed. Okay, they have that potential, that they have the capacity for reasonable thought, but there are variables that keep them from it.
Yeah, you're born perfect.
Look what
Nothing has to
ZXL
go up,
says.
nothing has to
Self-discipline.
go on.
One of the biggest ones is ostracization from the herd, because
Yeah.
we are
Self-discipline.
programmed to push away anyone that's different. Anyone that's not conforming to the consensus is viewed as an outcast.
Look
Yeah,
what
that's
Without
ZXL
weighing
says.
Rome
in,
push.
without weighing in the view first. You see,
Yeah, that's the Rome push because it's Catholicismus Romanus, the
that's where
Roman
you get
teaching. Yeah,
that's where you get rejection without investigation, which is the epitome of ignorance.
Look
Ryan,
what
you were,
ZXL said.
Ryan, when you were going to say
That's
something.
not true. That's
ZXL,
not
look
true.
what he said. Look what he said.
Where's he
That's
at?
exactly, he said that I do not know. One thing that they do not know is if carbon-14 density has remained constant over time. Exactly. There goes another variable
More
that they
holes
cannot
are in
know, right?
Yeah.
And so that means the entire thing is based on assumptive values, right?
No. That's very easily proven. The density of their head has definitely decreased over time.
No, so well, I get
Increase.
it. That's funny, but think about how many things that they feed the public as an absolute fact based on carbon, how much false history they've introduced into the mainstream in order to get people to believe in ancient aliens and all this other shit, right? Like, we found these fucking scrolls and we carbon dated them and they're 75 million bajillion gajillion years old.
Well, think
Right.
about it. Think about that word, fact. It has the word act in it.
factore.
Yeah,
A piece, factore.
You
a
ever, like,
piece
when you're reading a
of.
news article, just sort of chase down at random, like one of the experts quoted or anything?
Mhm.
Well, experts say
I love when they.
that scientists
I love when they.
agree.
Oh, so a lot of times they'll
Leading
quote somebody, right? Like
scientists
so and
say.
so from
Yeah.
the Institute of blah blah blah. Like, and if you just sort of follow, like, chase down one of them every like 20th article, you'll find that they all go to pretty shoddy, suspicious.
4 out of 5 doctors recommend Camel cigarettes.
Yeah, that was shit, man.
Yeah,
And-
it was in the room. Yeah.
And they
Still
should be
love when it's
recommending menthol because that's another serving of vegetables you get in each cigarette. So you got your tobacco serving and your menthol serving.
Winston, what expectant mothers crave.
Yeah.
Right. That
What is that one?
Your
Yeah,
doctor
that's a
advises a camel
real-
in pregnancy.
fantastic.
that
My
delicious
favorite is
taste.
when Neil deGrasse Tyson is referenced.
I swear
Yeah,
to God,
he's oh my
I'll
god,
do
that dude.
great.
Every time I see that dude on anything, I just want to punch him.
Mike
Neil.
fucking
So
drop
condescending.
on these motherfuckers. Mike drop.
Yeah, he's the
so-
only one that can do that. He's the green man. Grass
He
man.
doesn't convey any information. He just
At all.
mocks questions.
No, he doesn't. Come
Nuh-uh.
on, man. Everybody knows that he's like the Joe Biden of science. Come on,
Come
man.
on, man.
You
He
know
is
the
a
thing.
Who's
He
the
is a-
Joe
You all
Biden of
know-
science?
He is an oratore, instigtagore.
Who did you say? Who did you
Protagore.
say was this? Who are we
The
talking about?
fucking god in
it
the
said
ass.
Neil
deGrasse
deGrasse Tyson.
Oh God.
He's
Yeah.
the Joe Biden of science.
Those men with the googly eyes, with
He-
the bulbed
he-
out eyes.
He comes up with some of the dumbest ass excuses for shit. He was supposed to debate Eric Dubay. I don't know if y'all know who he is.
Well, he is not a master debater.
And well,
It is clear.
Listen, he backed out, man, at the last minute.
Exactly. He's not a
Twice.
master.
Yeah.
He's a fucking.
He's
He's
the
a still.
descendant.
Every time I
Master.
see
He's
that
an
guy, I wanna
actor.
punch him.
He's an actor. Okay, he's an actor.
No,
He
he's
has
a
an IMDb
factor.
page, just like Bill Nye is the science
knew it.
guy, lying with his bow tie.
Yeah, he's got a
You-
degree in
you've seen that
engineering,
movie.
doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a degree in engineering. He was a failed stand-up comic. He was really not funny at all. I mean,
He sold
really.
sold his soul to Satan, and he got a fucking a gig on a kids school or a kids show that fucking got peddled to all the schools. All right.
Yeah,
I want to see.
I love
Bill
Bill
Nye.
Nye, the
Nightmare?
science guy. He taught me so much about science. Let me tell you what I remember.
Science.
Earth is an
Momentum.
enclosed
Science.
system.
I remember
I
the
remember him
momentum
saying that.
episode of Bill Nye.
We live in an enclosed system. We can't go anywhere. Yeah,
Yeah.
how many people know Bill Nye said that too?
I do.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up his worst nightmare. He said, "This is a boy and this is a girl. I have that piece."
Yeah, you can't say that now. That's hate speech.
No, I got it from a very old server. That bit. I'm
No,
gonna
that's
look it up.
hate speech right there. You're being a phobe, man.
No,
there's-
that's some of that
that is
Fibonacci
a fruit.
sequence.
No, there's literally 72 genders. I told my wife that last night and she laughed and I said, I'm serious. And she said, wait, what? I said, no,
According to
I'm
who?
dead serious. There's 72 fucking genders now. And I
Yes.
started reading them off to her and she got pissed.
According to what?
She legitimately got pissed. According to like mainstream, the same bullshit. Like just look it up, type in what are the 72 genders into your phone. You'll come up with a bunch of, Google's more than happy to give you that answer to that.
What did
Right, and
Zuckerberg
there's-
book give you 2 years back? 200 genders to choose?
There's fucking, we know how many genders there are.
There's two
Yeah,
genders.
as
There's
I
listen,
Zuckerberg
listen.
book,
All
there's
right.
200. 2
In
years
my,
back.
in my opinion,
I see 81 types.
In my opinion,
There are two genders. There is Republican and Democrat.
And
I
is
guess-
that with?
Oh,
and is
dude,
that in
they've
the
got
old system?
signs. Each of them have signs to go with them.
Yeah. That's
Like-
all
Is
it
that-
is. It's dumb.
Is
But
that-
no,
is that-
there's
is that
there's
the old
actually
system
there's
when the
male.
stars didn't
Listen,
turn?
listen. There's male, there's female, and then there's like a bunch of different kinds of weird. There it is.
Blur
Is
gender.
cat? Is
Yeah.
cat a gender?
I mean,
No,
I find it
dude.
quite coincidental that with all this pronoun bullshit that's been going on, and I'm going to call it
No,
that
they're
'cause it's
neo
stupid.
pronouns. Get it right.
Whatever the hell they are.
I'm reading
You're
it right
correct,
now.
son.
It's hilarious.
Neo
Demons,
pronouns.
demons in the
Is that
Bible.
like Neo Mustache Man?
Wait,
No,
it's
take
Z,
the
her,
Merriam-Webster.
hers, herself, or Z.
Demons in the Bible refer to themselves as us and they and
Zoo.
shit like that
Zoo.
too.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Zuzus,
right.
Yeah, we are
Well, they're
Zuzus.
Legion. As you said,
That's
we are.
Zozo.
Our name is Legion, for we are many, or whatever. My name is Legion, for we are many. Here, I'm trying to
Yeah.
find you guys a good comprehensive list of the 72.
What was the only thing you needed to become a Roman tribune?
Comprehensive list. Oh my God. Like, how many different ways can you get yourself off? You know,
Oh,
I mean,
dude.
really, I mean, it's just how stupid.
All roads lead to Rome. Come on, you know that.
Not all.
Tail
the-
gender. Listen to this
The
one.
auto-asphyxiation wrote
Tail
that.
gender. This gender
Download no
this gender
transpires.
identity shares the qualities or aesthetics of outer space.
Okay.
Aesthetics. Yeah.
Here we go. This is from Medicine Net.
I'm
That's what I
sorry.
meant,
If
too.
you go cut your wiener off and drill a hole up in your crotch, that doesn't make you a woman. I'm
Here.
sorry. It never will. They
Yes,
take
it
one of
does.
your
When
cells.
they dig you up in a couple of thousand years, they're going to ask why this woman mutilated her genitalia as a man.
Well, it's not just that. Suppose you take one cell from that person that's mutilated themselves that way.
Oh,
and
you're going to
then-
start the fucking system all over again.
Well,
There's a
no.
little-
Wow,
little
let me finish the
sample.
thought. How about that?
My
so
bad.
You take one cell away from the and clone it. I don't care if you thought you was a woman, you're going to get a male. Okay,
Yep.
that's you either have XY or XX chromosomes, man. That's it.
And who has the XY?
You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
somebody can kill you, and 100 years from now, they could dig up your bones, and they're not gonna be able to tell what kind of fucking color hair you had or any of that shit. But what they
It's
can
like, oh my
tell.
God, this caveman must have looked like outer space.
Look at this.
If you
Agender.
clone that individual, you are going to create 87 different genders, is what
Hold
I'm
on, look
saying.
at this shit. This is agender, a person who does not have a gender, right? Identify. Abimagender,
No, that's-
associated with being deep, profound, deep, and infinite. Adamus gender, a gender that is indefinable, right?
Yeah, but we prefer supragender.
Arrogender, the gender identity. Hey, arrogender, right?
Yeah.
It's Avatar, the last arrogender, right? It's fucking. It says the gender identity changes according to one's surroundings, so it's like Camila gender. Like it's just
That's like my arrow garden.
No fucking way. Come on, y'all. This ain't
Yeah.
real.
What bathroom
This is
do we
real
put
life,
those
dude.
people in?
This is
Just-
fucking. This is real life. Look at this. Aesthetic gender, right? Is a type of gender identity derived from aesthetics. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, did they just start making
Like
shit up on
whatever
the fly?
looks good.
What-
Like, we
Whatever
need
looks good.
70
Angsty gender. This gender identity has anxiety and its prominent characteristic.
72 genders go right now, and they just started fucking mashing words together, right? Like,
This looks like some shit from Chat GTP.
look, this is
Yeah,
like a
yeah,
superhero,
Sephiroth.
agender flux, right?
no.
Right? A person
Kabbalah.
who's with this gender identity is mostly agender with brief shifts of belonging to other gender
It
types.
does sound like a superhero. It would be like, female penis powers activate.
Agender flux, right?
Gender
Sadly-
flux, go!
Right.
Sadly,
Alias
it's all
gender.
Pythagoras.
This gender
It's
identity
Pythagorean
stands apart from existing social gender construct. Well, don't all of these stand like there's just what the fuck
Yep.
is this?
Yeah.
Dude? This-
SP gender. The individual relates their gender identity with spirits.
ambig gender, having two specific gender identities simultaneously
Yes.
without any fluidity or
yeah.
fluctuation. Like, so this
Isn't
is
that-
literally the legitimization of mental fucking illness. Like, what is this?
No, that's a chance in 1 in a 10 million, I
God
believe.
damn, look, this is just
Being born
A.
hermaphrodite. A
This is
hermaphrodite.
just A. This is A. 27, just an A. Then we get to B. Boy
there a
flux.
Whoa, B really got gypped on this. We need to
That's
add
true.
some more shit on there. Can you,
Yeah, but
can
on
you
the
update
intonation,
that?
is there an A
Well,
point?
that's because
or
it's
an
too
A
close
comma?
to boy. You know what I mean?
What
B,
about
Well,
boy.
we've
What
got
about
plenty of
Balluna?
guys here
What
that
about
we can come up with
Balluna?
some new shit.
What about
Balluna?
balloon agenda?
Omnigender.
One identifies as a balloon. Balloon agenda. Balloon
Look,
agenda.
look at
Well,
this
they're
shit.
just
This is,
filled with hot air.
people
Big
have
balloon.
identified mental illnesses with gender. Look, burst gender, frequent bursts of intense feelings quickly move to the initial calm stage.
No,
I
no,
would
no.
suggest
Sorry,
that basically all of these
I
genders
need
are
to
associated
interrupt.
with
I need
mental
to
illness.
interrupt. That's manic depression, and I am a manic depressed person, according
No,
to
you are a burst gender.
You burst gender, you.
I was thinking he was fuzz gender.
I'm very honest now. I also read the labels in the shop.
Do you drink Bud Light too?
Demi-gender.
No, never.
Why would anyone drink Bud Light before this bullshit?
Literally
It's
72.
only 4.5% alcohol.
Save yourself a few bucks and
y'all
just
be
drink it
nice,
out of a natty
bro.
can. It's the same thing.
No, you're a burst gender. Okay, if you have just sudden intense.
We need to
feelings.
change his name to Bursty.
Starburst.
Starburst, yes.
Starburst.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
It is kind of a gay candy, isn't it? Right behind Skittles, Starburst is probably the second gayest candy.
Yeah, or the Milky Way.
See what Jared Jaguar said? See if these genders can hit 88 miles per hour.
On the Twin Pine Mall.
Can we please go back in time?
Hey, well, what's all these different strains of weed are being named after those candies now?
Yeah.
I had some shit that was called Nerds, and right now I'm smoking some shit called Runts.
Yeah,
Runts were the
been
shit.
going on.
Runts were okay. The banana runts were no good. It was like
No,
yellow
that was
chalk.
chemical shit. I don't know what they put in it. But
My Chemical Indoctrination, I enjoyed those banana fucking runts. They were the bomb.
Look, real badass kids.
but
They
how
were
the hell do you crossbreed those things? Or are they putting some banana extract in the water?
It comes from Beaver Caster.
And I know it's heavily regulated over there. But, every plant, not in the free zone, not in the free
Yeah,
zone.
that's what I was just laughing at. Light beers, brown
Light
sadness
beers,
water.
brown Every plant's got a number.
Awesome.
At least
Audience
that's the
is
information we
hilarious.
get. And I know it's all on the state level, and on the federal level, it's still illegal, so they can fuck you over anytime you want.
It's just to
Not
take your
for
gun
long.
rights. Don't like everybody who falls for that shit. I'm gonna go get a med card so I don't have to pay taxes
No,
on weed and I
fuck
get
all that
cheaper
shit.
deals. Yeah, then you can't own a gun.
Yeah, why do you need to go for first go to the doctor? He gets his money, he does the recipe, the glaucoma, then you get back.
Bro, weed from the store is
System.
just as much as weed from your plug down the street.
Up
Yeah,
here in
but-
Michigan, listen, I
Support
live
your
in
local
Netherlands.
business owners.
I live
The
in a
Netherlands.
town that's like 5 square miles total, right? There's 9 fucking dispensaries in my town.
Yeah,
Weed is
why?
legal. There's 9 dispensaries. I live
Yeah.
out in the country. There's 9 fucking dispensaries, and like
Where am I going on vacation?
2 square miles.
Weed holla.
I think this market is saturated.
I can throw a rock in any direction and hit a fucking dispensary.
And
Seriously.
again, where am I going on vacation?
Shit,
Yeah.
we're up here in mid-Michigan. I'll let you know in the private chat. I'm not putting
There
my-
you go. No,
Shit.
if you're in mid-Michigan, man, honestly, when I come to Michigan, I go up through the Upe from Minnesota, so we go through Wisconsin and shit. So I drive right through mid-Michigan.
Yeah,
The
there. I put
danger,
it in the
the
private
danger
chat.
zone, yeah?
You could get high on your way to get some cheese and then get some cheese in Wisconsin and head back through wherever you're going.
So do you go over the Mackinac Bridge?
The Mackinac, yeah.
Fuck
Fucking
yeah.
Mackinac, bro.
We go over the Mackinac and we listen to the Upers.
The
I used to fuck with this with somebody about that all the time. I was like, I
Hey,
says,
look.
go across the Mackinac Bridge, and she says, no, it's Mackinac. And I
You
said,
know there's a
"Oh."
Starford in Mackinac,
Holy
right?
shit, Nubs, let me
Also,
finish
yeah.
something, man. So I'd start fucking with her. She goes, no, it's it's pronounced Mackinac. And I was like, oh, well, do you think we should go get into my Pontiac and go to the store, maybe?
Yeah.
Dude, what did you say? I said, the Pontiac. And she's like, what are you talking about? I said, well, if Mackinac is pronounced Mackinac, then why isn't Pontiac pronounced Pontiac?
Yeah, knick-knack, knock-a-knock.
I blew my current wife's mind. I took her up to Michigan years back, and I tried to get her. I says, okay, we were going down the interstate, and I says, now I want you to pronounce the name of that town right there that's coming up on the green sign.
Oh,
And
Poughkeepsie.
it was Hamtramck.
Okay.
Hamtramck is
Yeah, I know what it
spelled
is. I know what it is.
Nothing like what it spelled like?
Well, it's a banana hammock.
I mean, it's
Well-
spelled nothing like what it sounds like.
Have you ever
There's
Say it
like
again.
a glorious lack of vowels.
Have
No,
you
it's
ever
banana.
considered this about Hamtramck? It's got the largest Muslim population in the United States is in a city called Hamtramck.
Yes,
You
and
know,
back to
that's
Borat.
crazy, Ryan. That used to be Pole Town.
Back to Borat, the banana hammock.
Hamtramck, that's why that name is so crazy. That was Pole Town. That's where all the Polish people lived.
Not
Yeah,
anymore. That shit, they got Sharia law down there and shit.
Mhm.
No. I'm not even kidding. You think that's
Sharia don't like it.
you think that's a joke? I'm being serious.
How many of you
Rock
do?
the jazz bar.
How many of
Yeah.
you do know that almost half of Texas is German?
Well, we got a
descent.
lot of Germans up here in Michigan.
Yeah, man.
Well, held the name Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Well, even in the area around Saginaw, has a
Frankenmuth.
real heavy duty German influence. Yeah, Frankenmuth is really a cool
Yeah.
place. In fact, when I go up there to visit, I want to take Ryan and my granddaughter and my daughter-in-law to Frankenmuth to eat. Man, that place, I miss it. It
It's
was really cool.
badass,
It was they have a Glockenspiel
Bratwurst.
that has these mechanical figures that play out the story of the Pied Piper. And this thing was actually made in Germany. They have a Bronner's Christmas market that's open 364 days of the year. The only day it's closed is Christmas. And they have like all kinds of really beautiful imported Christmas ornaments, Bavarian shit like that. But no, not bratwurst. I love bratwurst. I love Jaeger Schnitzel. But what I love at Zender's is their chicken. That is the shit. man.
Rotisserie.
That's what everybody goes there for the chicken.
The white meat.
Oh, it's a great experience, man. And the wait staff dress in the traditional Bavarian style dress, and it's
And the
it's a pretty
lederhosen.
cool thing, man. Especially if you got kids, you know.
Yeah, but you got to take the less tourist places to do the beer
Mhm.
fest.
Well, that's the good thing about Frankenmuth is it isn't overly tourist. It is, but I mean it's not as bad as like you go to Niagara Falls, right?
Oh yeah.
And there's motherfuckers trying to get your nickel as soon as you park your car. I mean, that's all the fuck it is, right?
Yeah, it's a tourist trap.
Yeah, huge.
And do you know that Egypt, Cairo, had also 7 waterfalls, Niagara Falls style, before
really?
the dam was built? That was the night.
What the Aswan Dam?
Aswan Dam, second time is in 1930, and the time before that is 1890. And then the second time is the big Aswan Dam, and that's when they dammed in the Nile, and that's what you see today as Cairo.
Is that one a god dam?
Yeah, to stop the flow of the water. That's why the Sphinx was underwater.
You'll have to.
There was water
I'm
in the
having,
circuit.
I'm having a really good time tonight. My wife made these delicious peanut butter chocolate balls infused with some cannabis that is phenomenal. So I was the test
You're
subject.
going
on it.
edible.
Yeah, I was the test subject on it. So I ate 2. And
You ate 2 balls?
Yeah, man. Then I ate a third one.
I was gonna
Those
leave
are
it
some
alone. I
balls
just
you
couldn't
can
do
get
it.
behind.
No, I ate chocolate salty balls.
and then the experiment, you did the butter or you did the dough with
Did you suck on them first until they melted in your mouth, or did you just?
No, man. I just mowed those motherfuckers down, man. I'm crazy motherfucker about peanut butter. And
You
chocolate,
swallowed them
man.
whole, huh?
You were showing about that Reese's thing. Yeah, I was first one piped up. Said, "Hell yeah, I've had those
with the caramel
Oh,
inside?
I'm a
Mm.
nut about that shit, man. I eat Reese's cups. I get up in the middle of the night and take those fucking peanut butter wafer chocolate Little Debbie snacks.
But do you have jars of peanut butter sitting right by you?
Oh, not too far away. They're in the kitchen. I'm not that bad. Holy sheep shit, dude. What are you doing?
Oh, now
Peanut
you're
butter and
talking
jellies.
about peanut butter.
I have like we got a lot of kids, so I have my own like private stash of like peanut butter and jelly stuff. Because
On the
sometimes I
high
get a
shelf.
craving. Like I like strawberry jelly, right? That's my thing. I don't like it when I have to use grape jelly, and so I got my own. We got a mini fridge over there with like the adult shit.
Dude, I don't like grape jelly either. I'm a strawberry jam dude, man.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
sir,
That shit
pound
right
it.
there,
no
preserved.
chunks, no chunks.
You're probably the only other person here who might make peanut butter jelly sandwiches the right way, which is not to spread it all over and punch holes through your bread. It's just to stripe that peanut butter down the middle and then blob on 2 spoons of jelly and roll that bitch up like a burrito and eat it.
Yeah, you only know the American plastic cheese, so I can say cheese and
It's
strawberry.
cheese. It's cheese food products.
Bullshit.
Yeah, but
I
instead
just
of
had
this
some
peanut
fucking
butter, take a
brioche
cheese.
bread.
Oh yeah.
Some of the shit we eat over here in this country is amazing, man. Cheese food product, which is like one ingredient different than vinyl.
I'm pretty sure that
I
Fruity
can't
Pebbles,
believe
which
it's not
I
butter,
love,
it's a plastic bag.
but I think Fruity Pebbles might just be microplastics.
It might
Isn't
be
there
now they're
vinyl
doing it.
chloride in Fruity Pebbles?
I don't know, but I'll never,
now
you'll
they've
never
added
stop me
a
from
new-
eating them.
Now they've added Clark Griswold's fucking cereal varnish to it, I guess, so it doesn't sog up in the milk so quick. That was the biggest problem with the Fruity Pebbles is those motherfuckers would sog up like in 2 minutes, you know, and then
Take
you had
good
this
look
mush.
on the
You
bottled
know,
water.
They polished them.
yeah, they got this
They
Polished
took
dirt.
clear coat. They hit it with some clear coat.
put some carnauba wax on it, man.
I'm outside of Grand Rapids. I'll leave the exact location undisclosed because the black
tell you guys.
helicopters. You know.
False?
Grand
Nobody's
Rapids.
coming to get you, corporate fiction.
Shit.
And the ones who are coming to get you already know where you live, and that's me.
No,
I'm coming
that's
to
that
get you.
much is very much. That is true. That's 100% true.
You're there and there. How do you know that? I'm calling you. Oh yeah.
People aren't very hard to find if you really like, if you want to.
I'm actually damn
Yeah.
hard to find. I was on the missing persons list until I was
Wow.
I think 21 or
were?
something. Yeah. Oh, I went to yeah, and like all the
On
time, like
purpose?
the courts can never, no court can peg me down, right? Nobody can, because I've lived in so many different places throughout the course of my life, and I've never really, I never started establishing credit till I was 30 years old. I never used a bank until I was 30 years old. I never, none of that shit. I didn't fuck with it.
That's how you get you get a bank account. They have an account of you.
And still, even now, even though I do have credit, I've still lived in so many different places and all that shit. Listen, I'll tell you how hard I am to find. I went to collect that pandemic unemployment shit because I worked throughout the whole pandemic. And I went to go collect the pandemic unemployment shit, and they thought I was a fake identity. They didn't give it to me.
Pardon me?
They thought I was a fake identity. They didn't think I'm a real person.
Because I already took your original identity.
You still got a driver's license and all that
Well,
stuff?
the
No?
truth is you watch my channel, so it's not our identity anyway. Your identity
No,
is your
okay, but-
family name. It's their identity that they let you use. You know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah, I forgot the term legalese, but it's a corporate entity that embodies a non-physical
held fixed
person that is
investment
legal
trust.
to. Yeah, it's a whole line.
Well, mine's
So
public
why-
record, so I never really worried about it being doxxed because the government doxes me.
I've never, I don't fuck with the IRS. I don't fuck with none of them. They can suck my fucking Irish dick.
Irish. Aye.
Somewhere an IRS agent is watching this going, note to audit.
Oh,
Yeah, bring it, motherfucker. Like, that's what I say. Bring it, dude. I'll tear
If
you
we
guys
can't
up.
find him, go for his dad.
which
I
also
think he lives on the space station.
Which reminds me, I want to give a shout out to my agent out there tonight. Good. hope you're
Hello.
watching. So anyway,
Yeah, right.
We can go Boondock Saints Gaelic or not last.
Fucking income tax is voluntary. Just watch the Aaron Russo interview. The only reason you're held liable to pay it is because you started paying it.
Yeah,
Or
but
it's
it's a
'cause you
contract.
started
But
collecting
sometimes it
refunds.
pays you if you're one of the poors.
Yeah, no. The thing is, they reach
no.
right in and take money out of your paycheck. It does no.
If
And then they give you a
I can
cut
give
of
you
it
one
back.
If you have a paycheck.
if I can give you one
Right.
tip, look out Dr. Thomas Sowell. He's a dark
1099
man
is the way
and
to
he
go,
knows
but
all.
I'd prefer
Yes,
not to
sir.
even fuck with them. They can fuck off.
Yeah, I don't dick with them neither. I had them call me up. I had them call me up one time, and they said, "Mr. Hey, we haven't received a tax return from
You
you."
haven't got your 401k. Yeah.
And I said, "Huh." And they were like, "Well, did you send us one?" And I said, "Well, of course." And she says, "Well, we don't have it." And I said, "Huh." And she goes, "Well, what do you have to say about that?" I says, "Well, it sounds like you lost it to me." And she says, "Well, can you send us another copy?" And I said, "No." She said, "Why not?" And I said, "Because I don't have to do your paperwork at my time and expense without compensation. That's slavery. And I refuse to participate in such an institution."
And your son is into law, so let him look up the postal law of 1790. There is an act or rule in it that gives you the right to send all your mail for free.
Income
You
tax.
don't live here, foreigner.
So
I know your laws, boy.
Aaron Russo. Well, the laws are the same everywhere because of the Uniform Law Commission and the International Bar Association. They're all the same. They're all
At
the
the
same
moment,
laws.
They're
But-
yeah.
It's all uniform commercial code. That's the point of it, right? It's all the same bankruptcy administration.
Yeah,
But
they changed it in 2007, 2011, 2015, and now again in 2022.
like Aaron Russo says, he says that the filling out a 1040 violates the Fifth Amendment because you can be prosecuted for what you put on the 1040. So whatever you put on the 1040, if you fucking fuck up, then they can prosecute you for it. But they say you have to fill out a 1040. That's your right. That violates your right against self-incrimination.
And if it's illogical and you make a mistake, it's your mistake.
The 16th Amendment never granted Congress any new taxing powers because the Corporate Tax Act, which was the predecessor to the income tax, defines income.
Yes.
And the 16th Amendment defines income in the same way. It's a Supreme Court decision. Income is a consumption tax, or income is the byproduct of selling consumption goods, right? So it's basically if I buy a Pepsi for $1 and I sell it for $2, that extra dollar is considered income.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with your labor or wages at all.
That's a gain. Yeah, a gain of product.
There you go. Yeah.
Wait,
yeah, it's
gain
all
of
wording.
Hey, Ryan, I wanted you said something about Dick for Brains there. Sean had said something about your had left a comment saying something about the fucking
Well, sure, we can look at it. Let me see what whoops, he left a couple
because this dude is like every time he opens his face, he shows even more how stupid this guy is.
Let me see where he
Wonder how you got set in his sights. Oh, well, I guess maybe because he this is a typical thing that you see. People like Sean, and there's other channels like this too.
So
if they're against flat Earth,
I'll share.
They also are against anything to do with you having liberty rights and not being under the fucking boot of tyranny. It's really interesting.
I got it muted, so I'll share the screen with you, and I'll go to my notifications, and it'll show where Sean.
There he is.
He said, "This is what he actually said." Right? How do I look at the damn thing? I want to see the thing. Anyway, he said, "Did you actually say the Revolutionary War was a civil war?" So I said, "You are an absolute moron." I said, "You do not even want to start with me. I do not talk about theories and can prove everything I speak about, you fucking moron. I said, "Here you go, jackass. Even the mainstream media admits this to be true." It's a Boston Globe article that literally the title, Americans' Revolution was America's first civil war, right? And then he said this. He said, "You do not understand the law. Do better."
Yeah.
I said, "You do not know your ass from a hole in the ground. You better go troll somewhere else. I'll make you look so stupid in front of your audience." Unlike
And then
my
he
dad,
said,
"I do not discuss theories on my channel, only facts I can prove. You got the wrong one, old fuck." And then he since has not said anything.
I'd imagine not. Listen, he did. I mean, He's in over his head with me. Although I do discuss theories, but as
You
far as
have evidence,
when it
though.
comes to flat Earth is not a theory. It's a fact. It's a provable fact. If you don't think it is, go outside and look. There it is. It's evident.
Here's what I say about the difference between like our two channels. So you talk about theories in this sense. Nobody can prove what the Earth looks like, but you can prove what it's not.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Which leaves an opening for him to try to say this or that or this or that, even though you crush him. What I do on my channel is I only talk about law specifically for a reason, because you can go back.
Absolutely. It's the immutable aspect of that. Yes.
Right.
You
It's
go
immutable.
perfectly in them. Yeah, you go perfectly in them, correctly on the deepness and chasing back the lines to what article means what. Yeah.
Right.
You
And
see
there's
my
and that's why I
additions?
told him, I say, you got the wrong motherfucker, dude. If you want,
How
I'll make
you
you look like
feel.
an idiot. My dad makes you look like an idiot on shit nobody can prove, because he can prove what it's not. You know what I mean? It's not a fucking globe. That much we can all prove.
It's like a fake rapper. He's got a spit, but when anything changes in the beat, he's lost.
Right. And that's all he's got is baseless slander. That's it, because he's so insecure about himself, you know? He cannot stand. He's a miserable fuck, dude. When you watch, so I switched over from watching your stream last night to watching him cover your stream. He doesn't have anything of substance. He just says, "Oh, what a fucking," he'll pause it. "What a fucking moron. This guy actually believes this. What a fucking idiot." And then he'll play some more of your stream. That's it. That's the whole entire app. I showed my wife and I was like, I cannot believe how many fucking followers this guy has. I was like, there are that many fucking sad morons on YouTube that this guy literally has over 1,000 fucking followers. It's unbelievable. And then I started thinking he probably buys them like chili.
Also, it's also the wingspan of the church. If you know your fellowship, and when you lead a church and another one leads a church or congregation, he tells his flock to go there and go listen there. It's mouth to mouth, telling on in the wrong way. It used to be, that's a good product, go buy there. Now that's a worse product, go there. Completely inverted. Yeah.
And this guy, did he show up tonight? Did he show up for an open?
No. And
if you're so confident that my dad,
you know what? He's such a coward. He sent a messenger. It was way earlier in the chat. He said Sean Hawkins said to eat a bag of dicks or something like that. And I just said, well, why doesn't Sean Hawkins just come here and tell me that himself?
Right. And that's the
problem,
bro. He cannot back up anything that he says. You know what I mean? But here's the thing, the guy's a bootlicker. He backs the mainstream narrative. He backs the corporate government, right? He backs NASA. He's a bootlicker, and anybody who steps outside of that box that he's in, right? He feels like they're open to ridicule, and somehow he's gotten over 1,000 followers doing it, which means there's over 1,000 fucking morons.
Yeah, you should share him under a rabbi, not a priest, but one pushed to the front to speak on behalf of. And he is proud on his position. Only the thing in those churches is the problem. You only get a part of the information. And only when you grow on and go further on in your ranks, you get the other information to rebut other facts.
See, he's used to dealing with people like Chili, right? He covers people like Chili. He doesn't even have as big of a following as he should for covering Chili.
Chili's low-hanging fruit.
And Chili is just as big of an idiot as he is. Like, Chili gives people like me a bad name, okay, who actually talk about the law and the illegitimacy of the corporate government. Because, you know, Chili will walk up to some guy that's pulled over and walk up to the cop and start filming. And the cop goes, "Hey, man, what are you doing?" He's like, "Fuck you, you fucking pig with your fucking, you're some kind of bully with a badge. Fuck you, just unprovoked," right?
Technically,
the cop just said, what are you doing? Like, if I was the fucking cop, I'd say, "What are you doing, dude?"
He's
you know what I mean?
Interrupting an arrest, is he not?
Oh, he's gotten arrested for that shit.
There's a contract between the agent at the moment keeping that person standing That's a contract between two persons. If he interrupts,
Well,
he
no.
is
See,
disturbing justice.
here in the
Well,
United States, you have the First Amendment. You can.
he
The
got
First
it.
Amendment.
Yeah, same like the
He got
Miranda law.
arrested.
Bye bye.
He got arrested in Las Vegas just recently, or at least in Nevada, and it was funny as shit. I guess Welsh News Network covered it, and a lot of people have. One guy, he's a film expert. He took out all the wind noise, and oh my god, Chili cried like a little fucking girl, and he's still going on about he's now got wrist damage from the torture cuffs and all this other fucking bullshit, man. I'm like, dude, you're a pussy. And he cried. He said he cried because of the conditions in the jail and shit. I'm like, are you kidding me? Get
Yeah,
the
I mean,
fuck
he
outta
doesn't
here.
have any idea. Like, there's always been jails in this country. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
and the way they used to treat people that broke the law, fuck. You don't even torture.
have you been in
cuffs.
a jail recently?
Yeah, okay.
Have I personally been in a jail
Yeah.
recently?
Slave camp.
Describe recently. I've done 6 years in prison. So,
brother.
Okay, so you know that jail's worse than prison, right? Because people watch prison
Yes.
shows and they assume that it's all like that, or jail's easier. And there's a lot of jails that are fucking gnarly.
Yeah.
There's a dude in Arizona, or not Arizona, in Alabama. His family's suing the jail because he was basically eaten to death by bed bugs.
Listen, prison is like a college campus, okay? Prison is literally, unless you get to like one of the old Michigan prisons like MR or fucking Parnell or something, right? It's like a college campus everywhere else. Those
Yeah,
ones
what's the
look like
difference on
Shawshank
those?
Redemption.
Those are
But the
state
jail,
prisons.
like Oakland County Jail, looks like a goddamn dungeon,
Yeah,
right?
man.
Looks like, what's that one movie with Leonardo DiCaprio?
I've been in Oakland County Jail a few times, man.
It's a fucking dungeon, dude. Like, it is hell.
And that's where I beat that deputy's ass, was in that Oakland County Jail.
Yeah.
He was being all rough with me and shit, and there was an area they'd take you back where they had showers and shit. And I told him, I said, if you didn't have that shit on, I'd kick your fucking ass.
Right
He took
around
it
the
off.
corner.
He took it off, and so I whooped the shit out of him. And
Dumbass.
they come in there and they beat me down with a bunch of fucking flashlights and shit.
You
The
hit
next
him?
day,
That's what I
though,
was
the
gonna
next
say.
day,
You
you know what?
didn't-
The
you
next
didn't get
day,
away with that.
the next day at court, that cop had a fucking shiner, and there was no mention of any of it.
No, that's the whole thing. Well, I mean, yeah, listen. So in Oakland County Jail, them motherfuckers have carbon. The gloves that they have, their issued gloves have carbon knuckles on them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah,
Now-
no, they've
Yeah.
got an entire. It's amazing. They're so fascist. They've got an entire. It's called the CET, Cell Extraction Team.
Yeah.
Right. And these guys, their insignia on their uniform is two fucking keys crossed with each other, right? And a lightning bolt going through the center of it.
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm not kidding you. And they wear all black to distinguish themselves from the regular deputies. And they tuck their fucking pants into their boots, right? But you want to get even more fucking crazy, right? So I was working in the commissary. I did a year in there. And I was working in the commissary, and I've always, been fairly intelligent, except for not to get caught, obviously. But I was talking to the lady. I was like, you work for a fucking corporation that profits from the slavery of your fellow man. You know what I mean? What do you have to say about that? The lady who ran Airmark, the commissary. And she says, no, listen, she did know what to say. She said, you think we're bad? We just renewed our contract with Oakland County, and they get 50. No, listen, she said they get 50.5% of the profit we make off of the commissary. So just so you know, the commissary is 3 times the price of what it would be in a store. Okay. And then I realized at that moment why it's 3 times the price, because they get the full price. So say a thing of noodles is 50 cents. They charge $1.50 because 50 or 49 cents goes to Aramark and 51 cents goes to Oakland County. That's a conflict of interest. That means their counties their deputies are out there literally patrolling, and they have incentive. The jail and the police have incentive to arrest you and have you incarcerated at their jail and then the same company that runs the commissary, the food that you can buy, They
Mhm.
also feed you your regular food that you
Yep.
need for daily sustenance. And you know what the lady told me when I worked in the kitchen? She
They're
said,
still gold
"Feed-"
diggers.
No, she said,
Oh.
feed them, don't fatten them. Everybody
Yep.
goes to bed hungry. This big old fat black lady. She said, feed them, don't fatten them. Everybody goes to bed hungry. We want to feed them just enough to keep them alive for the judge. I swear to you guys on everything. She
Yeah,
said that
I
shit.
believe it.
So
Because
what
then
changed?
they turn around and have to buy commissary, which is triple priced. And like I
Mhm.
said, Airmar gets 49% and the fucking county gets 51%. It's all a business. I call it the
We didn't even
multi-billion
have
dollar.
commissary where I was hemmed up. No commissary, no yard time, 24/7 lockdown, no TVs,
Oh
2
yeah,
decks of
that's
cards per
Oakland
tank.
County. No yard. What the fuck
Yeah,
is
it's a
yard?
different story. Yeah. It's yeah.
No
Virginia,
window.
it's the most important, and Washington D.C. and Sovereign Son went into the 1923 legislation, I believe, and one of the first ones, and he's now going on until the 30s and 40s in the
I'll be right back.
legislation.
The
And
point
he
of jail is
perfectly states exactly how they formulate it. And when you present it to a lawyer, they will say, "That's an old law. It's already a new one." No, there are no new laws, and that's what he shows, and that's the beauty of it. It's brilliant, and that's why I thought you saw some of my material, because exactly the same shit is in there. The 1923, the Wilson, and the gold standard, and history repeats every time, and that's the problem.
the point of jail is to
Well,
stress people out so they take plea deals.
that's exactly what it is. And
Yeah,
it's
it's
all
oppression.
run by the Bar Association. It's all so they can generate securities from your initial mortgage to sell in their private associations. The multi-billion-dollar prison industrial complex. The
Mhm.
funniest thing about that is that the 13th Amendment, everybody thinks abolished slavery. But what does it say about
No.
slavery? It says
It made us all
slavery.
slaves.
Slavery
It's
is unlawful except in cases of criminal conviction. People who don't understand this should look up convict leasing. Yeah, they freed the black slaves, right? Which meant people that had a home and food and a thing. You know what I mean? They were now just, hey, you're
Yeah.
free. Go do. What the fuck am I supposed to go do?
And
Right?
the comma.
Well,
That
then
comma
they
and
turned
that
around.
word.
They turned around and arrest those black people for bullshit crimes, right? And lease them literally, not even to a different plantation. They would lease them back to the same plantation
one,
they were just
yeah.
freed from.
And did you discover the black slave owners too in the same region?
Oh yeah. There was.
Okay,
I was
yeah,
just watching.
they were cool.
I know the first slave owner in Virginia was a black
Was a
man.
dog man, yeah. Colon.
Yeah, there was tons
He
of
came
black
from
slave
Africa,
owners. So
yeah.
that whole horse shit. That's why I
Well,
tell
I
people all the time
believe,
on my channel.
I believe, if I'm not correct, it was like just less than 11% of the Southern population at the outbreak of the war between the states were actual slave owners.
As I told you
And
before,
I think, and it was like 7% of those were black.
Well, the
tiny
small hats.
bit. Yeah.
The Du Bois family had a lot.
The small hats, the ones with the little hats on their heads, you know what I'm saying? That do their little, yeah.
What are you saying? I don't understand.
Right, you get it. So, YouTube, yeah.
Is that Fiddler on the Roof?
Mazel tov, right? Look, the small hats, they turn around and they try to pit us against each other, and they try to convince all the black people that white people are these terrible racist slave
hate you.
owners.
Listen,
do you know how expensive?
Do
you know how expensive? No, listen. I want people to think, but do you know how expensive it was to purchase slaves?
Yeah.
Let alone be able to house and feed them, and not to mention having the land for them to work on.
Under
It
the old
wasn't
rule,
white
yeah.
people; it was rich people.
Slavs.
Rich people, the same rich people that own you right now.
You know, there's a lady, Michelle
Also,
Gibson.
yeah, but
Michelle Gibson has some awesome research about this particular topic.
yeah, and she probably took it from Thomas Sowell
Listen.
because he did it in the 60s.
The slavers bought slaves from Africans. First
I
of
can
all,
tell, yeah.
okay, so the slavers bought slaves from Africans. The small hats supplied the ships and the loans to fund the industry.
Yes, the traders.
No, yeah, that's the truth.
Ja,
of it.
de rederij
And
was
the
het called, the
wealthy,
shipholder.
the wealthy oligarchs, the old money families that have been in this country the whole time were the ones that had the slaves. Your average white guy did not have slaves. He
Correct.
worked for the same fucking plantation owner that owned the slaves.
And that's the same reason why I thought you and your dad dove into my emails, because Smedley Butler was named and all that thing. I think, wow, they got it. Go on.
Oh, there's
So,
another
gentlemen,
guy.
I gotta jump off. I will catch you guys later.
Yeah,
Big A.
be here later, and thank you for the comments and adding.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
There's also a
Peace
dude
out.
in,
My apologies for my interrupting behavior.
You're all right, man.
You're all right.
You'll be all right, bro.
It's
Peace out.
respectful.
Try being an indigenous and American in the West. I am going to do that. I am going to now identify as an indigenous American in the West. I demand that you people treat me poorly.
Do you have a casino?
Yeah, not yet. I want a casino too. That's right. My yard's going to be a reservation.
Oh, wait, and your own police force.
That's right. Well, I kind of
Yeah.
have my own police force.
Yeah, I
Territorial
get it.
jurisdiction. That's the whole thing.
I've
about it.
never had a need for a police officer ever in my life. I've always handled things myself. I've been intruded upon by
Vigilante.
Cops
Well-
come to snatch my crops.
Why put them through a lot of unneeded effort when I can take care of it myself? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then you're playing. Then
Look
you're
what
playing
James in
your own
America
judge,
said.
and
That's
you're playing
awesome.
sorry. Also, you're playing the own judge and hangman. You can't do that under the law. That's their job.
I've been invaded way more by law enforcement than by any illegal criminals.
No, yeah.
Oh my God, I almost forgot all about Deborah. I almost forgot all about Deborah, who was being thirsted and hungered in the jail and on a reservation in Texas or Oklahoma or something. Hey, you guys, stop that shit.
Listen, when you grow up in the suburbs or in the back streets, on the street, you know, they don't steal from each other.
You guys hold
They go
this
to the
down
rich.
for me. Hang on a second. You guys hold this down for me for a minute. I gotta let these dogs out to piss.
Who
real
let the dogs out?
Who?
let the
Yeah.
dogs out?
And it's the same with the Extinction Rebellion and all this shit. It's the same people 20 years in a row. First it were the parents, now it's the kids. It's the
No,
same shit, different day.
They pit everybody against each other, and they don't understand that. Like, so ultimately, it's the
Flow,
Vatican.
yeah, the flow of money.
It's the Vatican that does it all. That's where the flow of
And
money
a big
comes
part, yeah, that's why he's called Big
Yeah.
Papa,
That's where the flow of money
the
comes from.
grandfather. Yeah, the
And then
godfather.
you have wealthy small hat families like the Rothschilds and various others that are guardians of the Vatican treasury. And then you have
Yeah,
the Bar Association. And they
And
go
as-
through and they make unconscionable contracts
Yes.
with every country in the world and its populace, and bankrupt them and then enslave them through debt. And now that's why I said your laws are the same as our law, because it's all under the Uniform Law Commission, which every member of it has to be a bar
commercial
member.
law. Yeah, commercial law.
They all have to be bar members. And the bar is a private organization. In fact, the people who run the
Yes.
bar, the Inns of Court, are considered a secret society. They're
You
not
walk
even
into a ship.
incorporated, so they can't be held liable for anything.
Yeah, you walk onto a ship, a slave ship. That's the rows of banks, the rowers.
Yes, well, yeah, that's exactly right.
And you
We're
take a
all-
bank, you bank your ship there, and you.
So if you have a central bank in your country, which every country does,
Yes.
you are a bankrupt corporation. As a citizen, your country has already been bankrupted and your property rights have been mortgaged to secure the issuance of whatever paper you chase, right? Isn't that the greatest joke, right?
Yes.
Your
Gilt
property
paper is
rights are
money.
mortgaged so that you go and slave all day to chase the very pieces of paper that represent the mortgage of your property rights.
Yep, there was the same discussion in 2009 when the housing bubble collapsed. There were a few banks that were subpoenaed on the fact that you've got my contract. No, we don't. We sold your contract. Who has it? Yeah, we sold it to Wall Street, and they sold it to. So who has my contract for my house? We don't know.
Yeah, but even when you buy your house,
And then the house is yours.
Mortgage. When you go take out a mortgage, technically it's a second mortgage because you've already been mortgaged. So you're taking out a second mortgage, and then even when you pay your mortgage off, you don't own your house.
No,
you get legal
at the
title,
moment,
and
no
on your
more,
legal title, you're listed as a tenant.
Yeah,
You're a tenant of the land, and the minute those property taxes, the minute the tithe to the crown, the tithe the Vatican does not get paid, your property gets taken and then sold at auction for somebody else to repeat the cycle. You don't own shit.
No,
So
and that's a Scottish beginning why they want to be free of England, because they cannot own land unless
nobody
they're a
can
lord.
own land. The last
Nowhere.
place where
No,
you can't. That's the whole thing. You could own land in this country until the Bar Association took over and the central banks were established, and the Federal Reserve bankrupted the nation, and now private investors, the real owners, we're talking about the big old money families, are the real owners.
I get it.
Right, and I'm not even talking about the Rothschilds. I'm talking about the Orsinis, the Medici.
The guys hidden.
Yeah, the Italian old money families, right?
Those
They own
castle livers.
right.
You
They
never
own
see 'em.
everything.
Yes.
You cannot own anything, right? So I own my house. I paid my house. Yeah, do you pay property taxes? Well, yeah, I pay property. So what happens if you don't pay property taxes? Well, take my house. So do you own your fucking no? Earlier in this country, before the banks took over, when you owned your house, that means if the sheriff came on your property unwarranted, you could shoot him in the face.
Yeah,
and
if he
literally
was
nobody
unlawful,
could say anything because that was your property. You're the king of your land. That's your property.
That's the 1800s.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
from far and away.
right. And you're right. It was the 1860s with the Civil
Yeah.
War, where the corporate
The
United
land grab.
States
Was that
waged war against the Confederate States, and the Confederate States were not just the Southern states. Every state in the United States was a Confederate state. I've proven that. I proved that on my show.
All 50. Yeah, I saw it. That's a great.
When Michigan
statement.
joined the fucking Union, they said that they were going to be, that they were joining a confederation of states. That's what our union was. Now, a confederation means that the sovereignty resides in each state, and within each state, the sovereignty resided within the people. And nowhere in the state or federal government were they ever to make any legislation that affected your property rights.
Correct. And what then they did create Washington, D.C.
And now you have the Uniform Law Commission, which
Yes.
is this unelected tribunal of bar members that basically draft model legislation and suggest that states adopt it for the administration of trusts.
And
Because
they
that's
got-
what everything is. You're a trust company and you're a vessel. You're a bankrupt corporate. You're a bankrupt corporate trust company.
Sorry,
And
John,
you-
I just got back. I didn't know
a
you
vessel.
were there.
It's
So anyways,
correct.
he's back. We carried it for you. There
And
you
you're under the CEO of the International Commission of what's called Foreign Relations. Those 20 people.
Oh, you don't even start talking about the secret groups, the Trilateral Commission, the CFR, the Bilderberg.
I wanted to keep it light.
So let's welcome John Vance to come up on the panel. What's on your mind, John?
Yeah, great conversation. So what does this have to do with the Constitution? As it pertains
Everything.
to
I'm very
how, like, if you were to bring, let's say, a constitutional I'm just spitting out here, a constitutional argument, say, let's say, for example, your First Amendment was violated. How, I guess it depends upon the case. Like, when somebody brings that up, usually in our mind, in our common law mind, be like, well, yeah, if somebody censored somebody and they didn't, or they weren't inciting violence or anything like that, that would be a slam dunk victory. But when you go into these courts, it seems like there's another thing going on. It seems like there's a lot of procedure. How does that work
No,
when
that's
you
the
bring
problem.
forth a.
Does anybody else want to take this? Because I can answer it, no problem. But if anybody else wants to take it, don't let me hijack it.
As a foreigner, I would like to state that your holy scripture you called, what's it called? Sorry, brain fart.
Constitution.
But the document has been changed 3 times already, and the thing in the museum that is your original is a fake.
Well, saying that, because John, if I remember correctly, you're in Canada, right?
Yes, but we have
here in the United States with the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment created a contractual black hole with the 14th Amendment citizen, which is a strictly federal citizen. And like Andrew Johnson's veto message of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, it stated it ignores state citizenship. In fact, it replaces it. The federal government has always been a corporation. And in order to be under the federal government, you essentially have to be a corporation, right? So it places you under the arbitrary legislation of Congress, right? Well, they mortgaged your property rights beyond that, okay? Which means that you cannot be recognized as a living person in the court anyways. You're civiliter mortis, which means
lost at sea,
civilly dead. So the Constitution does not apply to us here in the United States when you operate as a United States citizen, because the United States, first of all, and here's another thing, Planners Bank versus the United States and the Clearfield Doctrine both plainly state, and they've covered up the Clearfield Doctrine pretty well, but they never touch Planners Bank versus the United States. And it clearly states that when the government the United States, which is a corporation, the United States doesn't refer to a geographical union of states. When you're talking about the United States in business, it's a corporate entity. And when it becomes engaged in business with a private trading company, it divests itself of sovereign character and becomes a private citizen. So ergo, when you're claimed to be a United States citizen and they're dealing in Federal Reserve debt securities, and they're doing business with all these private international trading companies, you're actually an employee in a franchise of a bankrupt corporation. Okay, so under that standing, without the standing of your lawful living self as a state citizen, you are subject to the arbitrary legislation of Congress. And the only part of the Constitution that applies to you is the 14th Amendment. All right, you have no civiliter mortis, means that you have no rights other than what your creditors allow you to retain for the time being until they decide to take them away. Does that make sense? And that's why there is something different happening. All of the courts in our country, none of them are United States courts. None of them are state courts. They're all private administrative courts of equity. They're third-party arbitrators.
And on the 14th,
it says it, Title 18 defines every corporation formed under the laws of the United States. It's Title 18, Section 7 says any corporation formed under the laws of the United States or of any state are under special maritime territorial jurisdiction. And then Title 9, Sections 1 and 2 state that any commercial transactions taking place under that jurisdiction are considered maritime transactions. And any dispute in a maritime commercial transaction is to be handled by third-party arbitration, which makes the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 2, one form of action, the civil action. It makes that make sense. It's all civil. Now, civil law, there is no common law. I heard you say common law. There is no common law. Okay, everything is Roman civil law. In fact, Roman civil law is the exact antithesis to common law of the land. Roman civil law is the opposite of common law, and it's a subdivision of maritime admiralty law. So when you're going into court, what they're discussing is the breach of contract. They're always discussing a breach of contract, and they're discussing a breach of trust. And they're using your living self as surety to generate securities such as bonds and bills of exchange and promissory notes to exchange in their private associations for profit. Did I answer your question well enough?
Yeah, you a lot to chew on. So I guess maybe I have another question, and I appreciate that answer. When it comes to the doing taxes. I've heard of it being voluntary, and if you oblige and you fill in the taxes, you're subject to their code. You voluntarily subjugated yourself to their codes and ethics.
Their income tax is only a corporate tax. It's a corporate tax. Okay.
That's what I wanted to say on the number 14, the income tax. You have to pay for your dead lot where your body is buried. You pay rent on that piece of land, and that's the tax you pay.
That's
in some states. It's legislation.
An interesting way to look at it, yeah. But they can only charge you income tax as a corporation. Remember, the United States citizen is a corporation. It absolutely 100% is. Just watch some of my other videos. I'm not going to go into all that, and it's a trust company. So they consider the income, they consider the money that you make, right? Which we don't actually make any money. Everything is just profit from trading debt security, or it's not even profit. It's just, that's the whole thing. It's just exchanging debt securities that they consider sales and gains and all this, right? It's they can only charge you income tax as a non-living corporate fiction. So like if we look at the case I brought up on my show last night, Long versus Rasmussen, they said with these people, non-taxpayers, Congress does not assume to deal. There has been no remedy prescribed for them because she, Edna Long, was not a United States citizen, just a state citizen, and she was not a corporate person. She was a living person under common law with property rights, and there was nothing they could do about it.
And I don't know if your dad has an encyclopedia from old. If you look up the United States, it's the territories of Guam, Hawaii, Washington, D.C., Virginia, and another territory. It's also an island. It's a tiny island.
All corporations are under special.
Yeah, but that's that one part corporation, and you have the second part corporation, and the date you named in the 1800s was even before America was founded. The Dutch were in New York. It was New Amsterdam then.
Right. That's true. And they consider all corporations because with the Federal Emergency Banking Relief Act and the Emergency Farm Mortgage Act and the adoption of debt securities, Federal Reserve notes as our national currency, right? They had to do all this under emergency war powers.
Yes, and you're still under the war flag.
And so any commercial transactions taking place in our country between corporations, it has to take place under special maritime territorial jurisdiction. And so because you have to be a trust company to use Federal Reserve notes or any currency based on Federal Reserve notes, which is every other currency because it's a global reserve currency, you have to be a corporation. So you have to learn how to refute that presumption and prove that you have no choice but to use Federal Reserve notes in order to exercise your natural rights, and that you are not, in fact, a corporation. And in fact, everything that has taken place in order to put this establishment into place has been based on fraud, coercion, and misrepresentation of facts. And you have to prove that. And once you start proving that, they don't want to fuck with you.
Yeah, it's difficult to prove you're not dead matter.
No, it's easy. It's
when
easy.
You get to matter when you win. Until then, you're a dead matter. You don't matter. You're dead.
You learn
and
how
then you
they
matter.
did
You
it.
have status. You get a status and a rank.
You learn how they did it. And once you learn how they did it, you can prove how it's illegitimate. That's what I teach.
You've got forest and you got jungles, but legalese, wow. And it's the words, it's the commas, it's the points, it's big letter, small letter, so much.
So I don't think that Sean is going to show up here.
I don't think Sean's going to show up either. He's a fucking.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was putting in overtime at the rest stop or whatever. I don't know.
Or in the books.
Works.
Maybe you're studying.
Working the glory hole, whatever it is he does there. I don't know.
I can see him working a glory hole at the local rest stop, trucker rest stop.
Yeah. Lot lizards, they call those.
He looks like a lot lizard. Does he even have teeth?
I don't know. He seems
I
to be
met
very
you.
angry. He seems
My-
to be very, very angry, very, very uptight. And I'd like him to, at least we could maybe provide a doll, and he could show us on the doll where where flat Earth hurt him, or where history hurt him, or what it is, or why he's so angry.
Maybe he needs a Japanese hug pillow.
He seems somehow that he acts somehow as though I have wronged him in some way.
I see him as a foot soldier that has instructions and doesn't know any better than attack.
No, he's basically a brainwashed, propagandized automaton, is what he is.
A wrongly raised pit bull, one that bites. And pit bulls are so lovely creatures. You know which one bites? The golden retriever.
Yeah,
Look it up. A bite incidence, golden retriever every year, number one. Not the pit bulls.
No, I know. I have a pit bull, and she's the sweetest thing in the world. Now you ought to see her. She loves kids. She was all protective of Alexa.
Yeah,
when
they're
she was
great.
up here, man.
Yeah,
that was. She's like, nope, this is my child now. I'm not letting anybody but mommy get near this baby. And I was like, okay, cool, Peanut.
Yeah, same with the broad-jawed English Stafford. It's also a sort of pit bull, quad jawline. It's only a little bit higher on its paws. It's also a beautiful dog, and if you treat it and raise it right, you can get a junkyard dog. Everyone can. Kick it every day.
I wonder if I got a picture of her out here.
Yeah, I like kicking dogs, man. It's a source of.
It's one of my sources of entertainment.
On the paper route, okay. If they come to the bike, kick.
Especially the smaller they are, the more fun it is. You know what I mean? Like I like to get me a nice chihuahua and just punt the shit out of it.
Yeah, that's why I don't get why is still Elon.
I'm just talking shit, dude. I don't.
No. That's why I do not get that Elon still does not have his companion of his companion animal in the plane and all. A llama or something?
You said Elon, like Elon Musk?
Yeah, him, yeah.
He's like Elon. He's working with the white hats right now to come through, and they've already saved Twitter, right? And they're going to come through and they're going to save us from the evil globalists because they, even though they're billionaires, they don't work with those globalists. They're different.
And they don't know their codes.
He wants to put a chip in your brain, though.
Well, you know
But
what?
I wouldn't worry
Here's what
about
cracks me up. Here's what cracks me up is that he's all in on this motherfucking fake ass space globe going to Mars bullshit.
Yep.
I mean, come on.
Didn't his rocket like explode?
Yeah, it hit the fucking dome, dude.
The first one, last week it didn't even lift off. That was the name. It
Did
didn't
you notice?
lift off.
Did you notice how many rockets fired?
Well, he has a
33. Not all
33,
of them lit. There were 33. I mean, it's like, come on, dude.
He may sincerely want to do something. I will say this for Elon. He may sincerely want to do something positive and not be a part of. But there's people that run things, and they're not the ones that really run things are not human. And I don't care what people say or if you disagree.
And their way of doing, they're.
I know that for a fact. And there's just some things that they. So he has handlers. He has handlers, and that's what it boils down to.
A short interrupt. Kim Peek, Rain Man, same difference.
He might have bought Twitter and was like, you know what? I'm going to make this a platform
Elon
for free speech,
is broke.
even though I doubt that.
Elon
he may
got
have
no
done
money.
that. And they were like, okay, well, yeah, you can make it a platform for free speech as long as you don't talk about this.
He is
contradictory.
He's the inbred son that is, autistic. So shove him forward as the smart one. Tell him exactly what to tell. Look at his interviews. He always looks left to the bottom or right to the bottom, reading a script. You see his eyes move.
Well, I seen some guy, one of the ultra wealthy people, hosing him down on a boat one time, like in a humiliating fashion.
Deep web. I saw the thing.
Like he was a bitch. The same way that the Rothschilds poke their finger into the chest of fucking Prince Charles or whichever prince it was, and like, listen, bitch. poking him in the chest. Like
Yeah, yeah.
you might be royalty, but you're not connected to fucking Satan like I am. So
No, they are nouveau rich. They're new rich. They acquired money in the last 100 years, and
the
the real rich
Rothschilds,
do not like them.
they've acquired
They're
money in the last several hundred years, but they are directly linked to Satan without a doubt. Like those.
What is their connection to the city of London? Because I know, like, when the Queen was alive,
So
like
this-
nobody
this-
bowed to the Queen when she went into the city of London.
So the
Yes,
city of
with the
London,
mayor.
but we're talking about the Crown District, and this goes
Yes.
back to the Vatican. Okay, so the Crown District is where the old Templar temple was, and the Templars obviously are under the Vatican. That's also where the Inns of Court are, and it's considered the financial headquarters of the world, basically, right?
And if I'm correct, the
It is
Westminster Abbey
It is a
has it.
sovereign city-state. It's not a part of England or the United Kingdom or any. It is its own country. And that's part of it. But also you have to understand that these bankers, right? So you had the monarchs were treasurers and custodians of the Vatican's property for a long time. But then the bankers came in. And so the Rothschilds during the Napoleonic War, they so Philip D. Rothschild was funding Napoleon, okay? And his brother
Delano,
his brother Nathan was funding England. Okay, so they were
Yes.
funding both sides of the war, and because they were funding both sides of the war, their couriers could pass through military checkpoints unmolested. Like if you were a Rothschild carrier, nobody fucked with you.
You had
Or
the letter,
courier,
letter
sorry.
of passage.
Anyway,
the first passport.
so at the battle near Waterloo, the final battle of the Napoleonic War, Nathan Rothschild sent a courier to see who won, right?
Mhm.
And so he went there, he seen that England won. And he came back and brought news of the victory faster than anybody else in the world could receive it.
But it was
And
wrong.
as a result, Nathan did something very crafty. He dumped the British currency, he dumped all stocks in Britain, essentially, right? And what happened was people thought, like all the other wealthy people, looked to Nathan as like, hey, this guy's the most wealthy guy in the country. He knows what's going on. If he's dumping all this shit, then England lost.
Yep.
They started dumping their shit. And he sent his agents around to buy up all of the interest in Britain for a
His
fraction of what it
bondsman.
was worth. And
His
by the time
bondsman.
the news of England's victory reached Britain, he owned the fucking country. This guy is famous for saying, if I print and control a nation's currency, I care not who makes the laws, right? Well, they've done that to every nation in the world. They're absolutely above the monarchs, but they're still below the Vatican and the whole
You're
see.
aware he died 2-3 weeks back, the oldest one of the Rothschilds?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
He went down to
2 weeks back. Yeah, he was 117. It was time for a new body.
But so they're above basically the so like even the Set the KV Act of 1666 was done so that the king could take all of his subjects' estates into trust and then use that as collateral to borrow money from the Bank of England, which is a
Yes.
privately owned bank, right?
That's partially also the Mayflower. The taxes they didn't want
Well,
to pay.
that was
and,
after the plague too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Plague was 1500, so that's way
Yep.
before that.
So
And
he-
also, plague could be like the Spanish flu, instigated by an alchemist or anything.
So it goes monarchs, then bankers. Okay, so monarchs are kind of like the administrators, the like head administrators.
Yep, monarchy,
Bankers control the money,
for Nietzsche,
and the
then you
Vatican
go-
makes the decisions.
the Medici,
Yes, Medici, Orsini.
Orsini, Atari.
Let me see if I can find all the names. Yes, that's another one.
Do you want all the names? I'll send them to your father right now. I got the maps ready. I told him yesterday. I got my old tree ready. So I'm gonna pick it up and I'm gonna send it straight to your dad. Rothschilds and yeah, that okay. I'll be looking it up because it's a whole tree. I gotta go through. I got a whole lot.
Yeah,
I'll be
they're
back
called
in a couple of seconds.
they're the papal bloodlines. So above
Papelia,
the
yeah.
royal bloodlines are the papal bloodlines.
And recently in Europe, at least, was the Bella Ciao house song came back, and that's the call for the patriots to assemble for war. And since the Egyptians always used the clepsydras, the water clocks, those drippers, guess what dripped empty a couple of months back? The Dead Sea. The biggest war clock in the world is done, so it's wartime, and that's why they're speeding up everything. And
Interestingly enough, the term medicine comes from the Medici family.
Medici, yeah. Caduceus also. Caduceus, very old, bastardized, dirty Greek, they call it. It's has the meaning of to mingle two families, two royal families that officially are not.
There's Petigliano is another one. There's
and then you get those
Monteritondo.
You're pronouncing it wrong. I don't care how you pronounce it. Those letters say that, so I say that. And it's
Bracciano is another one.
The Braccis, yeah, Lucio Bracci, the famous inventor.
Gravina.
Yeah. Engravers.
Yep.
I'll translare.
Yeah, so you got Breakspear, Aldo Brandini. Yeah, there's a big one, Aldo Brandini. Farnese, Samaglia.
You had guilds and they had a trade. Tradari.
Yeah, the Farnese.
Yeah. All the last names became,
Conti,
Napoleon gave us the last name.
Conti,
yeah.
Colonna, and now Colonna is like Columbus, Column, the dove, right?
That's Calabria.
Yeah,
that branch.
Colombia.
Yeah, also correct.
Right.
They divided the South Americas between west and east, between Portugal and Spain. It's almost a straight line.
Gaetani, Pamphili,
Gaetanos, yeah.
Este. Yeah.
Fellini from the card albums, the sticker albums. The printer that makes the stickers for the baseball cards and all.
These are the people there's nothing anybody can do anything about, right? These are the unelected rulers of the world.
Yeah, and they have those companies that were called Lucifer Book Printing, and that changed to another name.
Lucius Trust.
Lucius Trust.
I was a member of that organization for some time, a while back. I was actually...
administrative level or the...
No.
Okay, I get it, yeah.
But then some craziness happened, and it's interesting. That's a very powerful organization for sure.
Yeah, within the acquiring of data and thoughts of intellectuals, as I can say it that way.
So they had an office in the United States. It was on 120 Wall Street, the Arcane School, right? It was founded by Alice Bailey. That's why I try to tell people they were like I would say they are the clandestine Masons. They are the anti-Mason, if you will. They're the left-hand path. When it comes to occultism or esotericism, which occultism just means hidden from view. It doesn't mean evil or witchcraft or anything like that. Yeah, hidden teachings.
And an oculus is a glass where you can watch through, or your glasses.
You have two paths. You have the left-hand path and you have the right-hand path. Technically, you have three. You have the left-hand path, the right-hand path, and the middle path.
And the middle path, yeah.
And the middle path. But the left-hand path is generally what you would consider Satanism or self-deification. They seek to take and manipulate the laws.
Yes, the red hand, the blood hand, the war hand of king.
Well, no, the right hand obey the laws, right?
Yes, the black cloak.
And then
the
the middle
judges.
path finds the balance between the two.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
It's
Interestingly enough, it's like, and it goes back to Tyr, Mars, and the god of war. His right hand is missing, right?
And Odin, it's I.
Right, and he
It all ties
sacrifices.
together. It's all the same story and retold, reverbed. It's just like Star Wars and Star Trek. It's the same story, different characters, and a different ship.
That's what I tell people. It's the same story, just in different names, different. It's all
Yeah.
the same allegory, though. It tells you the same story.
And don't you dare to call anything like that, because every word is trademarked. Phaser, photon torpedo. You can't use it in another movie because trademark. You have to pay for it for a word. Steven Spielberg was the first one to.
That's actually exactly right. So the Zoso, that the
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin,
Mhm.
they were heavily involved in occultism. Jimmy Page bought Aleister Crowley's old house.
Yeah.
And, yeah,
With
that's
the satanic
exactly.
camera and chamber in the top, the attic. But
But that's what they mean. Yeah, there are two paths you can go down, right? So those people like Aleister Crowley, Helena Blavatsky, Jack Parsons, Alice Bailey, all them people.
yes, perfect. Jack
The
Parsons,
left-hand
thank you.
path. They're the left-hand path, and this is the true. This is the old religion. This is the real, like.
A proto
This is
religion.
what's allegorically hidden in the Bible that people do not. They're not able to see it.
Yeah, even hidden behind
Even
the
in the
ball
beginning
goat
of
and
in
even-
Genesis, it's right there in the beginning of it.
Yes.
It's hidden right in the very first paragraph.
Those that work in the dark, and those that work in the light.
The binary, and then
Yes.
in John chapter 1, right?
It's almost sometimes if I hear myself thinking, if I hear you iterate everything I've seen in the past 10 years.
Yeah, but there's. So yeah. Anyway, we
Yeah,
just
take it away, Oppenheimer. Oh, bye, boys. No more nukes.
No more nukes. There's no
No.
such thing.
No, there is no nuke.
I don't even think. I don't even think they have ballistic missiles. At least not intercontinental ballistic missiles. I really don't.
Well, the war boys like to show off and to compare. So there are different sites where you can look up the Sidewinder at max, I think, 24 kilometers.
No,
So
I'm not talking about Sidewinder is one thing.
Yeah, from a
I'm
ship.
talking about these big, huge rocket ship sized fucking missiles. That they can come up out of the ground and go hit Russia someplace and hit some target. I don't buy that shit for a minute, man.
Well,
I really
the
don't.
Scottish-
Because if you had that capability, then that would make bombers obsolete, man.
It's simple. As the Scottish, they got the Guinness Book of Records. If it's in there, it's the fastest, it's the highest. If it ain't in there, it's fucked.
Well, they also consider the moon landing is real as well in the Guinness Book of World Records.
That's
So,
correct. But still, since 1973, it's the X-73 Blackbird and nothing faster.
No, but
Created by man.
there again, that we know of. Okay, because as we just noted, if they're buying into the moon landing, then we know that their information is suspect, right? Because
Yeah.
once someone is turned out to be a liar, then verification of their information has to be validated. You know
Correct,
what I'm saying?
yeah.
So that's once somebody has proven themselves, and like we see many times, NASA has proven themselves liars. So
Yeah, but the problem is one states I say so, and the other say I, and you say no, and you're as a
well,
solo
it's not
person.
just that. You can go with facts, evidence, and proof that no such thing ever took place. It's very easy to do. We've already determined that the photographs are not real. We know that
Yeah.
the footage that we see was done on some kind of a sound stage. and some of it maybe even outside at nighttime with floodlights. They were using wires and harnesses
Yeah,
and
so clear.
springs and
Yeah.
all kinds of crazy shit, and slowing down the footage to make it look and appear as though they were in a lesser gravity environment.
Great Plectrum player. You're gonna have so much fun with those emails. I promise you.
Oh, did you send them? Okay, let me go over some.
No, the whole package I sent you in total. I set the
Oh,
movie.
everything. Yeah, I
in
know.
the
I've been
private,
looking.
chat.
I was saying I've gone through. Let's see. This is the one you just sent right here.
What I sent here in the private
The
chat.
Landnummer Zulken. Vul.
Oh, that's the last one. That's a JPEG. Yeah, that can be.
What's that mean? Hang on.
Yeah, that's because the emails are pre-processed. It's an automated system I have programmed.
Oh, I see. I see.
For those.
And
And the next set is even worse. So.
Oh yeah, something about the showing that the headlines for this from the Orlando Sentinel of
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and
2004 is that.
let me see.
Let me get that. I got it near because I thought my camera would work today.
So then what you're showing here is the
yeah, my family holiday in Orlando. Woo!
well, these are dummies or something. What is this?
Those are
statues? Indian busts. Okay.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Chief Joseph.
So you were down there when this tornado took place, or what happened?
Yeah, we me and my then girlfriend, later my wife, and her daughter from a relation before. She had an aunt in Orlando, and she told us, "Come over." And I had a good job, so we took the airplane over for 20 days. And at day 18, it started to blow. And then within 2 or 3 hours, Miami was closed, Orlando was closed. And yeah, that was a shitstorm. It was the year after
They
Katrina.
just got hit by another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just got hit by another one. What was it, yesterday or day before? That was pretty nasty.
Oh, that one for me as a foreigner was nasty too.
I would imagine. Yeah, you guys, you're not used to something like
And
that.
yeah.
I've been pretty close to one before.
Oh,
Ooh.
I've seen the twister while mending the shingles on the roof. I found it a great vantage point, and I thought it's miles away. But yeah, the plane.
No, this is for real. What you've got going on there, and that's what we talk about a lot on here. You've been lied to for so long.
I've been contacting people since 2004. My normal Facebook under Martin van Hine, my normal name, has been blocked since 2009.
You're there.
Yeah, I told you you're gonna have so much fun. I corrected that, and I had some remarks under your movies too on the legalese, because it's not only legalese, it's the pointing, it's the lettering, it's the naming, it's the abbreviations, it's spacing, it's everything. Oh, there are 9-10 layers on every paper. And that's why they hate me. I've been threatened already. I've got 3 tries that I'm gonna get an arrow through my throat, and I'm gonna be slit my throat, and I'm gonna be hanged by my bridge with 2 bricks in my bags. Come on, boys, come find me.
Oh, look.
Yeah, that was the as a reaction to the yesterday to the noob. I was so done with that guy. And the lady that came on, she only asked some questions, and I made a remark in the chat. She looks like Zeta from Planet of the Apes.
What's this? What's this?
That's the sign from the most evil fuckers on Earth. Gladio. They were started after the Marshall Plan. That's the master plan. And those are the fuckers behind everything. Those are the agents of evil. And sorry, a couple of years I served.
That's crazy, man.
The Dutch never stopped ruling. Never. No, that's what I wanted to ask your son. If he worked at that building at Wall Street, he must have passed that bronze plaque on. First, he got Wall Street, where they trade.
He never
Then,
worked
then
on.
there's a
He never worked on Wall
So
Street.
I'll tell you a
there's a
little
bank
bit.
next to it, and then you got a bronze placard on the wall that states the
I'll tell you
Dutch.
a very little bit of the story behind that, but not too
Yeah.
much, right? Because if I told you the whole thing, nobody would believe me anyway, right?
That we
And
had
I
a
know
cocaine.
that,
That we
and
had a
I know
cocaine
that
factory in
because
Amsterdam.
if somebody else told me the story that I have to say that I'm not going to, I wouldn't believe them, right? But it all began.
You should have been there at the moment because there are things, but they're
No, trust
unbelievable.
me. I know that
Mhm.
there are things beyond this world. So basically I was doing some digging. It was 2015. It may have been 2014. And I was doing some digging on the occult connections to the people that run everything. And this is back before it became so prevalent and well known. And
Yeah,
I
it
came
goes
across the
away.
Arcane School. I was looking into the Theosophical Society, and I was looking into Crowley and all those people, and I came across a school called the Arcane School. So me being the diligent investigator that I am, I was like, you know what? I'm going to apply to this school, and I'm going to join it. And I have always had a long-standing interest in esotericism and spirituality and occultism. So I had a good
I
foundation.
understand where you're going. Did you take part in the Arcanum?
So I had a good foundation of knowledge, and I applied, and they accepted me. And then some things happened, and I never ended up pursuing the initiation. It's a self-initiating path.
Oh, you had
And
others.
I never ended up pursuing any of it, right? And I ended up going around. Well, long story short, I ended up back where I started, and they sent me a letter talking about the Festival of Aries. And my friend, I could tell you something, and I could put my hand on a Bible and tell you that it's true.
Yeah, I know Paul
And the
Kulo. That's all I
things,
say.
no, listen. It was unbelievable what happened to me. And I seen everything. And I seen the way that everything works in like a brief instant of time. And that sounds crazy to people. And I don't blame you if you think I'm crazy. I would think I was crazy if I told
Your
other
dad
people.
got my EBE story.
That's too ambiguous. Be
So
specific.
it's going to be ambiguous because I'm not going to this. I've since understood more of what's happened, and I'm not going to speak about it. But there's things in this world, man, that are so far beyond human comprehension. It's
You got that straight, bro.
This
And,
man suffered the touch of a god.
yeah. Oh yeah. That's exactly
Yeah,
what,
baby.
that's exactly what happened to
Mhm.
me. Yes. And it's unlike anything that I could ever explain to anybody. There's no feeling in the world that can even possibly begin to correlate to it. And all of this information and all of this stuff, and it sent me down this path of like for years.
Sobering,
I tried to figure out what the hell happened to me, and that couldn't have happened to me for no reason.
Yep.
And then eventually I figured out why. Right. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
You're not going to say why?
Huh?
You got to. He's found.
You're
his
not going to
path.
tell us why.
He walks
No.
his path.
No.
But that's a very frustrating story you just told us. You know that?
I'm sure it is. And I don't expect anybody. In fact, I wouldn't believe it if somebody else had told me, but I'm not going to speak about it because there's just some things that you cannot talk about. You know what I mean?
There are no words to comprehend them.
Well, even beyond that, it's just like it's
crying and laughing and all at once.
Well,
and it's a very sobering feeling. That moment.
You've had it too?
We're
multiple times.
Anyway, long story short, I got away from that organization and I'm now a Freemason and I'm where I belong. You know what I mean? So
yes.
It's
And I
funny
know-
because people broad stroke paint Freemasons as evil, and it's hilarious because the greatest patriots in the history of this country were Freemasons, and easily set the New World Order back hundreds of years. Easily set the New World Order back, like Andrew Jackson, for instance, or Andrew Johnson, for instance, right? Both of just those two people alone, you know what I mean, set them back a long time, and they were both Freemasons. But there's just a lot more to the way the world
Maybe
works.
once in private on Johnson we can discuss further on. There are different opinions on him. And on the rest, I can say, take a biker gang. There are 200 bikers, and maybe 20 of them do stuff. That's not according to the books. That's only 20. And every organization's got those people in it. If you got 10 people, one of them will fuck you over.
Well, the way I describe it is like basing an entire organization on the actions of a few people would basically label every organization on the planet as ultimately evil, or every belief system and understanding. What Masonry is it's a system of morality.
The concept and the morality is solid.
It's veiled in allegory, okay? And some people interpret it one way, some people interpret it another way. You know what I mean? I'm a patriot and I'm for people. You know what I mean? So it's just I'm for the people. That's why I do what I do with my channel.
Correct.
And ultimately most Masons are just normal people that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. They just, it's like a way to get away from the family, hang out with the guys, and fucking maybe go to the bar after lodge, and that's what most Masons do.
Be among equals and brothers, like a biker gang. Also, it's the same. Or your colleagues at work. Wait,
and then some
and cover up for the moon hulks. Don't lie, Ryan.
Yeah, I know. I was there.
You guys having your orgies with
friends with
Baphomet
Kubrick.
and shit.
Yeah, no, that's not the case. And there's
that's
also
what I said.
Guys, I provided the duct tape for the spaceship. Okay.
Yeah, right. I did. Yeah, it was my duct tape. I wasn't even born yet, but it was mine. I went back in time using the time machine we have at the lodge. We have a time machine at the lodge. I went back and I gave Kubrick the duct tape to fucking put the shit together. Right? What happened?
Yeah, but did they tape it in England studios, or did they tape it in an American studio, or did they tape it on that junkyard?
Right.
Because a couple of years back there took 2 or 3 hours.
But in my opinion, as far as the arcane school is concerned, and the arcanum, they eat the bugs and be happy. That's their.
I'm down for that. I like.
They're spiritually enforcing that, and there's those of us that are spiritually enforcing the opposite of that. So,
cannabis infused bugs. Now you could probably sell them. You see.
Well,
I don't think just regular plain old cricket paste is going to make it. It's going to have a perk.
I've had snake in Africa and those sugar ants, and from
you had snake in Africa. Is that like code for something, or
no? Just simply snake, the meat from an animal. No. You don't. No.
I thought it might be some kind of a BBC
sir.
thing. I don't know.
I'm a hetero, but
I
was married, and that's enough.
It's almost like there's this organization, this hierarchy of interdimensional beings that are using the Hegelian dialectic on a cosmic scale, but actually for the greater good. So
the maximization of intent of groups. It's the 100 monkey syndrome and 1,000 monkey syndrome, and the act of violence is also a factor, and infiltrating and subjugating, and it's a playing board.
Hey, I just thought of something. John Vance, you might have a little more info on this.
But
someone who I haven't seen or heard anything from on the YouTube streets, and that's Zetetic Warrior. What happened to that dude?
He quit, I think.
He was on something yesterday.
Was he?
I think the
Yeah.
Zetas are done.
I don't know if he.
Channel. He jumped on someone else's stream for a
I
bit.
posted a video last week, and that's when the Zeta TV piece was in 1974. It's 10 seconds on national TV. We are the Zetas. We are of the Galactic Command.
Oh no,
blah,
we're
blah,
not
blah, blah.
talking about the Zeta Reticula. I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, he's from the same club.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, he's from the Nancy Lieder blog from 1998,
No,
and that
no,
became
this is a
Zechariah.
this is a YouTube creator, a channel.
Yeah, but he's of
It
the
was called
same.
Pathetic
He's
Ro-
of that belief.
It's a no, it was a flat Earth channel, man.
Yeah, it could be, but he is on.
He's a young
yeah.
guy. He's a young guy. He probably wasn't even born in 1971.
It doesn't matter. It's Zechariah Sitchin. It's Nibiru. It's
No,
the
he
same
doesn't go
movement.
with that. He doesn't go with any of that.
Not publicly.
Hey, Martin, right? Martin.
Martin.
Whatever,
Haas,
right?
as your dad says.
Hey, look, I'm throwing my contact information in the private chat. I have to get out of here. If you want to talk more
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that
I gotta
subject
get-
and
yeah,
you
that-
actually know what I'm talking about, I would be interested in talking.
Yeah,
about it.
Yeah, I'd be interested too.
Zetetic Warrior was a flat Earth guy, came on the scene kind of strong, did good information, then started acting like a peckerhead on everybody's channel, and then finally just went off the rails. And I haven't seen anything about him since. I mean, I hope he's okay. Seemed
You're
like
talking about Zetetic Warrior. You hope Zetetic Warrior's okay.
Well, I think you went through a mental fucking breakdown. That's what I
But
think.
you genuinely hope that that guy is okay. Are you?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't. I don't want anybody to be fucked up, really. I mean,
It's kind of weird because he was doing a video about like how no one is going to adopt his
Defective
ideology
warrior.
and then he got really blackpilled. Then he just started like cringe posting almost. It's almost like I see this pattern all the time with like activists. Like they realize that, or subconsciously they realize that like their ideology is not going to take hold, so they just start cringe posting and they just keep spiraling out of
maybe-
control, and it just destroy their reputation and those around them.
Maybe his assignment was done, and he got another assignment, so he got
maybe.
Bohemian Grove right to change his name and being. Then he's transformed into a new
like
agent.
Ryan was saying, Zetetic had a beef toward me, and I hit him back. But in the long run, I don't wish anything ill on the guy. And as I look at it in retrospect, I'm like, wow.
Oh, yeah,
That
that's
guy
a month
probably
back, yeah.
fucking broke a spring. I think that dude might have broke a spring, and then
Yeah.
just kind of dropped off the radar. And it makes you wonder, it's like, well,
Yeah, don't
wow, I
forget
hope
the
he's all
opioids.
right. And the thing is he really had no reason to break a spring at me or anybody else that he did. He
See,
just
my
fucking
father
went
and I
off the
differ.
fucking rails about everything.
Don't forget the
I
opioids.
crush my enemies completely and utterly.
I mean, that's sort of how I operate too, but I admire Stav's generosity.
Nah,
Yeah.
not for people like that.
But I'm not really very compassionate. I work on it though.
Well, my problem with most is, where is the code of honor?
Yeah, that's
They all
another aspect
run
of it.
around like little children, kicking against anything they want and doing what they want. Where's the old code? And I know it's stuffy and old code, but
No, I
it
agree.
works.
The internet's not really the best place to look for code of honor. Let's
That's
just say
also
that.
No,
And when somebody
I mean
throws
in
the code
the
out the
different
window,
organizations, and there
when
was
somebody throws the code out the window, that's the whole thing. I give you what you give me. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I abide by the code, and I agree with you. I agree with you, Martine. But as soon as you throw that code out the window, right? It's
stand against, yeah.
it's fair game, And
Same, yeah.
I
And
think somebody like him, he doesn't need to be making videos. He encouraged his neighbors to go murder each other,
I know,
kill
right?
themselves, and like he what does he produce or provide for society at all, right?
How many MKs did he have?
I get it. I could go, oh well, he's a tortured soul and all that, or well, start
Yeah,
over.
as I said, how many MK
Yeah, that's what
does
I'm
he
at.
have?
That's where I'm at. It's like, look, okay, well, he's not. The thing is that I guess by not being on the platform as much, he's not, as I would say, doing as much harm. I see as when you're putting out negative energy, that's in a way kind of doing harm. Why do you want to even put that out there? Why would you want to resonate in it anyway? It doesn't matter.
Why would you instigate violence?
Exactly. Why would you do that? Why would you go out of your way to,
Violence
like
is a solution, but-
this Sean Hawkins guy, right? Last I'd ever heard anything out of him was months and months and months ago, like about this time of year, last year, right? And it didn't ever amount to much. He had some kind of stupid Polaris challenge. I said that's a straw man argument. You're yeah. So I says, that's a bunch of horse shit, anyways. And that was that. So then he recently, I guess, reached out and decided he wanted to fuck with me. And I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Come on and tell me, where's the errors in my way, or is that all you have is by just because of science, you dumb fuck.
If he dares to come warn me, I'll send you the book.
I mean, good God. I mean, that's the one thing. And it's like, either just shut the fuck up or bring something to the table, one of the two.
No, that Sean Hawkins guy, that's a perfect example of what I was saying about how I crush my enemies completely. Like, I gave him fair warning, right?
No, I'm gonna do something very, very naughty, according to Masters.
Turn your camera on.
A gift to you.
That your quick-witted flow state, that's fine.
I give you the pyrotechnia, oftewel de Trinity. Air, temperature, and matter that burns. The fire Trinity. It's the whole book. Enjoy it.
No, but you got to look at the modus
operandi for you if you want.
The modus operandi of somebody like him. He's a miserable old cocksucker, right? And he's sitting there just looking to try to draw other people into his misery, right?
Yeah.
So I would absolutely crush that person without any kind of remorse, right?
Yeah, because he is affection, inaffection, probably.
It would not, yes, an affection, and it would not infringe on my conscience whatsoever, because this person produces nothing but negativity into the general aether of existence.
Live
right?
and let live. Yeah.
So to me, that person's existence is actually a detriment to everybody else's existence, right? So, like, how could you not?
In this moment in time, yeah, I can understand that, but
from the first time I seen him make a video about my dad, and it had nothing to do with me, and it didn't even have anything to do with defending my dad necessarily. It was just this guy's
energy. He
his
resonates
modus
wrong.
operandi,
Yeah.
right? Like,
you're talking about Sean?
Yeah, this is what you dedicate your time and energy towards. Like, dude, you are a fucking insect. You know what I mean? Like, you are the worst kind of grubby parasitic insect on the planet.
But that's what happened after the Aleister Crowley and the Beatles and Jim Morrison. He also was a CIA kid. For those who didn't know. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I
Okay.
know.
Jim Morrison was also a son of a CIA officer.
No, I know. Yeah, the guy who was in charge of the Gulf of Tonkin incident.
Tonkin, yes, correct.
Yeah,
and before that, he was an officer on one of the vessels that was very important for the Blue Beam incident in the Bay of Pigs.
You guys want to see
for the refraction?
Really, you guys want to see something kind of cool on that same thing right now? Check this out. There's a battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel J.N. Mattis. There's good old.
Yep. I've got a JPEG somewhere. It's from an old grimoire from.
It's weird because you were just talking as you were talking that shit. I just happened to look over and see what was going on Twitter, and that was there. And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting."
Oh yeah, you got also the video.
Well, don't they use
YouTube.
clones? Like they use clones
You
technology?
know,
Genetic
I wonder,
liking.
man. I wonder, man. I wonder. There's a lot of evidence to support that that's a distinct possibility, man.
Don't you recognize the kids from the people you went to school with?
Check this out. I believe that that they've had technologies like that for a very, very long time. And this goes even back where with these fucking incubator babies at the World's Fairs and shit that they were adopting out to people. I was like, wait a minute. See, it almost seems as if there was like a systematic repopulation effort.
The creation force is great, but you're
Oh.
7 billion people now, eh?
But,
Even
well,
the Chinese emperor had only 1,000 soldiers.
Haas, is there really 7 billion people?
It's an estimation, I think.
I don't even think that's close.
I don't even understand.
I don't
how
think
they
it's anywhere even
accurately
close
take a
to that.
census.
If you take all the science around it, it's 7 billion people on 13% of
How would
Earth's
they count all
surface.
the tribes and various
That's
uncivilized
all the
parts of
people,
the world?
citizens, all bonds.
So you're telling me there's 7
7 billion bonds
it would be
counted by
closer
them.
to 8 at this point.
I don't think there's even close to that amount.
7.3.
Well, because they
something.
said 7.8 when like 10 years ago, right? So there were 7.8 billion people. How in the fuck do they get that number? Like
Yeah,
they
I don't know if the
they can't
information-
even cooperate on the simplest things, right?
Yeah,
from
correct.
department to department, agency to agency, country to country, they can't even cooperate on the simplest things, let alone getting a global census of
Correct.
the population.
It's like
I
the
just-
NASDAQ. It's emotional. It's a reaction. It goes up and it goes down.
Yeah, well, it's there's fucking 8 billion people on the planet, and there's too much carbon dioxide in the air. We need you to advocate for your own extinction. So,
Well,
so what
we
do you
all
guys-
remember.
Florida's
we all
going to
remember
sink.
Hoff.
Florida's
We all
going to
remember
sink
Hoff papers.
underground.
Oh, sorry.
This is
I don't
the
know what you're
callous
talking about.
response.
Al Gore said so.
The average citizen, this is the callous response that you get from them about a major disaster in another country or even within their own country. So,
Yeah.
well, there are too many people anyway.
How long have they threatened with the rock of
It's
Gibraltar?
population control. It's it's the checks and balances of nature. There's too many people. Like, okay, so what if you are on the other side of the ledger? What if you and your family are on the other side of the ledger, being too many fucking people?
The red button problem. Yeah.
Right? Because I hear people say that all the time. Hell, at one point in time in my ignorance, when I was younger, I would say there's too many fucking people. Right? How did I know that? How would I possibly know that there's too many fucking people? In fact, it wasn't until I traveled across the country a couple of times and seen the vast, wide open expanses of nothingness, of no population.
In the United States, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, there's really not that many people for the amount of land that there is in the United States. There's not.
That's what I said. They estimate those 7.3 billion people on the known bonded people that are registered in the cities and in the villages.
Like they approximate carbon dating.
Yeah. Do they know all the families in the hillbillies in the swamps?
Here's a simple thing. You got South America, you've got Africa, you've got these uncivilized
Ethiopia. Africa's 1850 rebranding.
Where there's no possible way they could possibly know what the fucking population of these areas are. And they make up the majority of the earth, of the world.
Yeah, but they need the numbers for the money, for the ledger to the bank. Yeah.
Civilization actually makes up the minority of the space in the world. You know what I mean? Of the land. It does, if you think about it, because most of it is either nature or uncivilized cultures.
It is
It
all
really
nature.
is. I've like you were saying, I've been back and forth across the United States a number of times, and there are huge hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles where you see absolutely no populated areas. man.
Arizona, Utah.
Oh my God,
Through the plains.
Oklahoma, all over the place, man.
Yeah, through the plain states, all through the center of it. So you have populations are regionalized to the coasts, into the northern,
Near
southern
the rivers, yeah.
and in dense population centers, because nobody knows how to fend for themselves anymore. So wherever the corporations are, the population is.
Yeah.
Almost like an energy source emitting a field of energy is what it
Food
is.
source. And water is needed there. You need it to drink. And rivers give you water, sweet water, not salt water.
Right.
Oh, Jency Tordel here is hillbillies are rednecks. Okay, so hillbillies
You don't know the redneck culture.
are considered some of the rural folks of Appalachia. Okay, are what hillbillies are. What rednecks originally were the
Rottenecke.
cowboys. No,
Yeah.
the cowboys, a unionized or gang of men in the West that identified themselves as in their allegiance to the cowboys,
And they burned their
with
necks
a
in the sun.
with a red scarf, and they were known as rednecks.
And weren't they the ones who worked for the railroad companies and the banks, going around and murdering families that refused to sell their property for the railroads? Right.
Sovereign, is that not the Caballeros in Ecuador? That story with the red bandana?
No, these were actually they were known as the cowboys.
Yeah, I could also say, is it not the Crips and the Bloods? But
So say your property sat on a patch of land that the railroad wanted to run their track through, and they'd come up to you and they'd say, "Hey, you want to sell your land?" And you'd be like, "No, actually, I don't particularly want to sell my land. I want to keep my land and hand it down to my descendants." And they'd be like, "Are you sure there's nothing that we can do to persuade you to sell your land?" You'd be like, No, I'm pretty sure I don't want to sell my land." They'd be like, "Okay." And they'd turn around and they'd go pay a sum of money to the cowboys, who would then come down to your land, kill your family, and burn your fucking house to the ground.
Yep.
now you get young guns, regulators, go regulate, kill people.
Well, the whole thing about that is you're absolutely right. And you know what? They're still doing that. Okay.
Yeah,
so let's take a look at how they're doing that. If we remember the fires out in California that took place, they all happened to be right along the proposed high-speed rail line. And Paradise, California was right there along that as well. And this was an interesting group of forest fires that seemed to not burn any of the forest, but did burn everybody's house. Oh, and there was already provisions put in place that they wouldn't be able to rebuild if something like that were to happen. So then we go over to East Palestine, Texas, and as we found out on one of the shows, we looked to see where the majority, if there was any, what's the element we're looking for?
Ley lines?
No, cobalt.
Oh, cobalt.
Cobalt deposits, and the hugest concentration of cobalt deposits are, guess where? Right around East Palestine. So
now you get the word cobalt. The what was called the Fay under the bridge, the troll, cobalt. That's where the name came from that ore, cobalt. It's black,
so
and
this is a highly sought after. This is a highly sought after mineral, especially with the going towards these electric cars. So now you can understand there's a connection between that and the various areas like California trying to put the outlaw on gasoline engines so that everybody has to have an electric car.
There's a new mining system. There's cobalt, so They need to mine it.
Right.
Profit.
What the fuck? All right. Well, I'm getting off here. I gotta go to bed.
All right. Good night, Ryan.
So
Good night.
thank you guys
Love
for
you.
having me.
Talk to
I
you
hope
later.
you've seen
Always a pleasure.
the links to the books. Good night.
All right, bro.
Good night.
And
Later,
we'll
guys.
talk sometime.
Yeah. Well, I put my number in the private.
Yeah, I've copied it and saved it in a vault.
Yeah. All right. Hit me up anytime. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm also going to do the same.
Yeah, I have to smile with the Dogon hat. It's Sinterklaas from Nederland. He also wears that
Dogon
hat. It's a fish hat. Yeah, Dogon.
I'm going to stay on and host the show from here on out for the rest of the night. So you two, good night. Audience, you're with me. It's about to get weird.
Piggybacking.
It's really weird. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming. I was kind of hoping that Sean Hawkins would sack up and maybe go ahead and come by. You know, at least let me know what it is that's got him so riled and upset. I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, that's complete utter horseshit. It's another to say it's horseshit and then explain why it's horseshit.
Well, it could be a chemical imbalance in his brain.
Well, it's kind of like if you want a template, when you made the ridiculous claim that you could check the distance to the sun with radar, I broke that down quite succinctly and showed why that was ridiculous. And
Yeah,
I
but-
think that kind of upset you too.
Oh yeah.
Looking at others,
Has
you
anybody
see-
explained how thrusters are supposed to work in space?
Oh, shall I show you?
I'm sure that you've addressed that at some point, but
I have. We'll save that one for another one. But that's interesting too, as to what force are you pushing against? The thrusting is the countering of a force, right?
Newton versus Newton.
So if you're held fast to the ground through the incoherent electrostatics, whatever, and you go through, you use a rocket to counter the weight of whatever you're trying to thrust into the air. So now not only do you have to match the weight in thrust of what you're thrusting up, you have to go above and beyond that to get it to move.
Yeah, and thrust
However,
is
in a
push.
weightless environment, 0G, which means nothing has any weight, nothing is pulling on anything, nothing is pushing on anything. So what force is the thruster going to counter in order to make the object move?
Want to
It
piss off
wouldn't.
Aero
It
Force
wouldn't go-
engineers?
It wouldn't go anywhere. It wouldn't
Want-
fucking go anywhere.
Ask an engineer of airplanes. If
Well,
a,
that's within-
a plane needs lift, so it needs air.
Right.
If I go higher,
But we're
air
talking
gets
about
less.
we're
Yeah, but-
talking about in space.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still in
So in space, there is no weight.
there'd be nothing.
There's
pushing
nothing to
that.
thrust against. So therefore, the
Yeah.
flame would just shoot out the back until it went out.
The
It
basic
wouldn't go
natural
anywhere.
physics
It would shoot
experiment,
forever,
but
wouldn't it? Well, I mean, until it burned out, I suppose. But
Yeah,
you
until
had
it
it in
burned
high
out.
school.
yeah.
It would never take you any fucking place.
Your teacher showed it in high school. They put a balloon under that glass stolp, the glass bell, and then he took out the air, and the balloon expanded, sometimes exploded.
Yep.
And same with a petri dish. 3 or 4 drops water in it, and then you take the air out, and you see the water turn into vapor,
Mhm.
and then you put the air back in, and it condenses again.
Yep.
So it's a basic principle, and they have this fantasy thanks to nothing in a equation, an x, a y, a symbol. That's not counting. That's accounting.
Right. You know, and that's the one big thing. I thought about that like a long time ago. I was like, how in the fuck would a thrust work in space? It doesn't make any sense. Because one of the first laws is that a object in motion remains in motion until acted upon by an opposing force, right? So let's just suppose you did get the rocket to pop out of the fucking atmosphere and fly into space. That's it. You're going to just keep fucking going. There would
Well-
be no reason for you to stop going.
I dare anyone in Cambridge at the moment to go to the museum, the National Museum in England, and look at the Principia that's in the case. It's exactly open on the right page, and you take a look at the right page, and then you can read, if you can read it. Otherwise, take a pen and write it down, and then translate it at home.
Well, let me tell you
Newton states himself,
Yeah.
all these observations are made in an enclosed system, which the Earth is not. Therefore, none of my observations and calculations can be used in reality. Point. And that's his conclusion of his Principia. So he states the Earth is an open system, and I test in a closed system. So that's it. I'm done. My theory
So
is
you got to look at this too. We went supposedly to the moon. We already had guys going around in orbit with the Gemini project prior to July of 1969. But in July of 1969, supposedly men from NASA landed on the moon. Now, in August of 1969 was when the Glen Allen Research Facility first opened their vacuum chamber research lab. With this vacuum chamber, it's got like 10-foot thick walls reinforced with steel and concrete.
That's the new one. That's the Sandusky chamber.
Yeah, in Sandusky, that's right.
Yeah.
And so this was now they were going to be able to test one of these NASA suits for the first time. Okay, a month after they supposedly went to the moon. They never even got close to what the pressure is at the Kármán line. And the guy, before he blacked out, that was in the suit, said that he remembers tasting steak. And that was because his tongue started cooking.
That's gross.
And
Yeah, man.
On that movie from NASA,
What was cooking it?
The pressure,
saliva,
the lack of pressure.
Really?
Saliva on his tongue began boiling. And his
You can go up in the mountains. You go up in the mountains, you can put water on a campfire, and that shit start boiling. And if you're up high enough, you can just stick your finger in the fucking water, and it's not even hot hardly.
If you lower the
higher
atmosphere,
altitude because there's less pressure, so it starts. Is that
yes?
That's
If
what's going
you lower
on.
the atmosphere 1/3, your
That's
potatoes
interesting.
cook at 60 degrees. Yeah, 60
But
degrees.
bro, to have your tongue to taste your tongue, that's. Ugh.
But think about that. That was a month after they supposedly were walking on the moon with the same fucking suits.
Yeah, and who called them Tricky Dick?
And the thing is that thing, if you think about it, it should have puffed up like a goddamn Stay Puft Marshmallow. You know, like the marshmallow dude, because there's this air inside the fucking suit that's wanting desperately to equalize with the lesser outside pressure.
Yeah,
right.
And the
This
discussion
thing's
I want
made
to
out
add.
of what? What is this thing made out of? That it's not swelling out. It should swell like a motherfucker. They shouldn't
Made out
hardly
of
be able
fucking
to walk.
duct tape, bro. You know that.
When
It's
you
a-
arrested the Sovereign, take a look at that movie
powerful.
again. At the moment, you see him cave in forward, the astronaut in the suit. You also see two men in black frog suits or something in the chamber.
Yes.
So it cannot be depressurized. It can't. It can't.
All right, so who's got etymology on why NASA is so much like Nazi?
Well, it's
Basically,
foundations.
tie there.
Its foundations are rooted in that. I mean, you can go
I know,
right
but just
to
the word
father of it.
itself. Is there any, or is that just coincidence? Do we believe
They
in coincidence
convinced
on that one.
No, they convinced the American and the Russian generals that they could make some wonder weapon, because the V1 and the V2 was never a success. It never hit anything. It deviated. It plunged into the sea, and they shot those V2s from the Dutch coast. So that's 150 miles.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Werner
And
von
even
Braun
in
couldn't
that-
get it up. That
you
was
gotta
his big
understand
secret.
you got to understand how really fucking unstable a rocket really is, especially when especially when you're shooting it from a vertical position.
They're hard to aim.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. And you got to think too, here we are in
Yeah.
the 21st century. 21st
like the
century is well
Thunderbird.
underway, and we're still using 13th century fucking Chinese technology to try to get to the moon and shit. Are you kidding me?
Why do all rockets still look like Thunderbird 3?
You'd think they need bigger stabilizers, right? Because if you look at how a bottle rocket flies and think,
Mhm.
okay, maybe if I put tiny little wings on this projectile, it won't stabilize it hardly at all. So you'd think to make a rocket in real life that's that big, fly straight,
Yeah, but
you'd need some seriously big fins on that.
then you take what your Sovereign Soul said, that high altitude airplane, that needs to be a big wing to have any lift. So how does that rocket lift in that air layer then?
The power of Christ compels it.
It goes swimmingly. Yeah, and we're gonna have so much fun, boys, with all the data I've sent. I've got the 1962 complete manual of all Earth measurements to 20 kilometers, 100 kilometers, and 200 kilometers.
Was all that shit in the private chat?
No, that's all in Sovereign's mailbox under the
I'll be
Real
getting
Tone
it. I'll be
tab.
sorting it out here. What I'm going to do right now, though, is I'm going to say goodnight to everybody.
Yeah.
And
You already said goodnight. I'm just
I know. I'm
delaying
going to thank
you.
everybody for coming.
He
in
doesn't
to
know
chat
he's
tonight.
asleep.
And you know what we usually say here? Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get the fuck rid of him. Y'all have a good night now.